Okay, second stream starting today. So welcome to my second stream and the first stream, which is going to be about open source development or open source work that I'm doing. And other than my Wednesday streams, this is not going to be an app project. Instead, this is basically just like me doing some work open source on some projects that I have already open source. In the future, I might be also developing new tools. And I see already someone in the chat, so Ronin6385, welcome to the stream. Selam Cihat, nasılsın? Ben iyiyim, çok teşekkür ederim. Sen nasılsın? Yeah, just asking me who I am, and I'm really great. Thank you very much for asking, and welcome to the stream, and thank you for stepping by. So, as always, if you have any questions, feel free to ask anytime. Also, if you just have any problems with tech also, since this is still one of my first streams, just tell me if there is an issue. Ben de iyiyim, sağ ol. Great to hear that. Çok güzel. İnşallah iyi gün geçirirsiniz. Who are you? May I ask? May I know you? Ronin kim olabilir? Okay, so what I will do today basically is I have written some to-dos here. I will be mostly focusing on BartyCrouch because this is an open source library that I have been developing for years, and I've been maintaining it also kind of, but I didn't really have a lot of time because I was always doing it in my free time. Oh, Muhammed enişte. Hoş geldin. Yoksa başka Muhammed mi? Hi Muhammed. So what I was saying is basically I didn't have too much time to basically go into too many of those issues that were more detailed and that didn't affect everybody. So the open source tool I'm talking about, let me show that as well. Let's go to GitHub right away. I actually learned a new shortcut here. It's Command K, which makes it really easy to get around in GitHub. So this is the open source framework. It has more than 1K stars, and there is also 42 issues here. Music a little bit loud. Let me fix that right away. Welcome some of you into the stream. Okay, is it better now? I made the music a little less. Oh, Mehmet abi hoş geldin. Welcome to the stream. Nasıl gidiyor her şey? Okay, so BartyCrouch. We have 42 issues here, and you can see that they were reported over time, and some of them are quite old. And I basically want to go through them and fix as many as possible today. Or close them if they're out of date. And if it's a bigger one, I might not really go into details and do things like that. Because I am actually working on something related to BartyCrouch in my non-stream time, in my private time. And I don't want to... basically, I want to make a bigger kind of rethinking of what BartyCrouch does. And I might be solving larger kind of ideas there, but in this basically in this stream I'm going to work on some more smaller issues and just try to fix as many as possible that can be fixed quickly. And I also have a pull request here which came in lately. I have this older pull request. This is one of the bigger features, or the features that I have to invest more time in. Maybe I will have a look into this as well, but I may also not have the time in this stream. But this is definitely something smaller, so we will just walk through these things. Cool. So I will basically start off with the pull request, I would say, because this pull request is just a smaller thing, and we already discussed this. So this is basically related to this issue. Let's have a look at the issue first. So the problem that the title says explicit folders on the code paths argument shouldn't be ignored later. Problem statement, I have code in a pod which I want search, but BartyCrouch will ignore these files because they'll contain a pods folder in the URL. So in case somebody doesn't at all know what BartyCrouch does, it states basically it's a library for incrementally updating or translating your strings files in your iOS project. So when you try to localize your project to multiple languages, like you develop it in English or in German or whatever language you develop it in, and then you want to translate it to other languages as well, you need to add strings files to your project. And for some reason, Xcode doesn't really have many tools to update them and keep them in sync. So it's kind of a lot of manual work to actually translate into multiple languages. And basically BartyCrouch just helps making that easier. And if you really want to know the details of BartyCrouch, I recommend reading this blog post, which I wrote a few years ago, which goes into details about like what the idea is of the whole thing and how it's solving it as well. And how also you can set up your project to basically use it. But yeah, let's go back to the issue. So I have to go through the links. So yeah, it was basically the issue is BartyCrouch is not ignoring ignoring the files in the pods folder, although they don't want it to be ignored. Suggested solution from user view: when a folder is added to the code paths argument, which contains ignored folders, when the files in there should be included anyways. Yeah, makes sense. Only the subfolders of the folders stated in the code paths argument should be checked against. Makes sense as well. And here's even a link to a yeah, basically this is the place where we have all the directories that we're ignoring in BartyCrouch. And as we can see, there is like fixed folders, and it includes everything called pods. And I believe that this is also like doing case insensitive matching. So I'm expecting that you just have to, it also ignores the big P. By the way, this list should be static. Oh. I'm not sure what this means. That method probably needs a ignored base parameter, which then is used in truncating the URL parameter before the check. Example usage, they might want to add code paths, and if the code paths basically include the pods here, which is being ignored here, right? Then it should still match and work if a specific subpath or the same path is provided. So if it's not like part of the parent path. Should search all the code files below that folder, despite that returning true. Cool. And we discussed a little bit here, and basically I was asking him, I would say, to basically fix or try to fix it themselves, and he did that. So let's have a look at the code changes. And I also recently learned about a new feature in GitHub for doing code reviews. You don't have to do them here. Specifically, if you also want to like fix something, you can just press the dot on your keyboard, and it will automatically open the GitHub code spaces with a pull request in its own UI. And the cool thing is, if you really want to change some things, because this is a code editor, you can actually commit it here right away. And it also has like a nicer view. I haven't really used it much, so yeah, I'll be learning also along the way. But basically, here's the changes. So what they do, let me actually make this full screen so we can see more. So the static, this set is moved out of the, that's what he meant by it should be set as static. Yeah, he moved it out here, still the same things. Private let base path components. This is added. Then this is stored as file URL with path base directory path, which is pathed here. Okay, this is just the path components of the base path. I see. Well, one thing that I can already spot here is that this is inconsistent as per the code conventions of the project. So I'm not sure. I had a time where I always referenced everything with self that is on the type itself. So I never really thought about that basically Swift allows that we can leave the self away. but it should definitely be consistent, independent of which way we want to do. So either this should be fixed or we should add self here. And I think, yeah, because this is the old code, we should just add self here. This is definitely something I want to do. Can I just do it right over here? Yeah, looks like. And also this new line, I don't see the point in what it really helps with guiding you to understand the code. So let's remove that as well. Base path components, URL file URL with path, base directory path, path components. Okay, then we have here, this return is definitely not needed, I think, because it's just one line code. Should skip file at URL. It's named like that, but it's no longer static. URL path components, subtracting base path components. Okay, so if we passed in, I think he had an example. Let's actually have a look at that again. Let's go through this with examples. I mean, I'm assuming he had tested it already. I just want to understand the code before I test it. I think this is the fastest way. Phone number writes annesi viel Erfolg. Çok teşekkür ederim. Dankeschön. Thank you very much. Okay. I was looking into the issues. There we go. Here's the example path that he provided is pod slash. Okay, this is provided here. Now let's imagine we have should skip file and it's asking if it should be skipped or not. And the URL is now, let's just add it here, like this pod slash, and then there can be something above that, like users me slash code slash project, something like that. Then we have URL path components. It splits it by all the slashes, subtracting the base path components, which is the base, as we can see here. Okay, code file search is initialized with base, which I assume is the current path of where it's being called. Makes sense to extract that in checking, because if you have a folder named pods and you run it inside that folder, okay, I see, contains, and I think the rest of code should be the same. It just says self.dirs to ignore because it's referencing this. Okay, yeah, looks nice to me. I think this should work. So the code here looks fine. Can I stage this here? Change a simple request. I can check it. Mark file as viewed. Okay, not the way I'm used to, but maybe there's a different view. Changes act. Okay, we'll get used to it. Or I go back to the GitHub run. Then we have this file, which is, oh, this is already something I never want to have. I don't like abbreviations because they don't really make the code readable, except for very few abbreviations, which I think are fine, which are basically terms for themselves, because if you, for example, use ID as an abbreviation, everybody knows that ID is an identifier, or you use DB, it's a database. But CFS, it's very specific to this project, so let's not keep that. I should rename it. And it doesn't really okay. Let's just call it code file search. Something like this. Okay, but otherwise it's creating the code file search, and it was just calling the should skip file. Now I'm creating it with the base directory path. So how did it work before? Where was it? Where was the base directory path provided? It's not entirely clear where it was provided. I might have to check that in the code, but let's just assume it's irrelevant here. Code file search, and then it's saying if code file search should skip file at URL, same code. So it's basically just creating one outside of the for loop. And okay, so it's looking at each path as a separate starting point for running BartyCrouch. The only question is there going to be any side effects by doing this? in the end, this is all about finding all file paths. I think it should not have any side effects as this is being used directly from outside. Yeah, I think that should be safe. I mean, I will be testing it before I release, so yeah, but for that part, I think it's safe. So with these renames, I think this is also acceptable. Then we have this file. Same thing here. In this case, it's finding the files in the code directory path. Okay. Code file search should skip file. I think this is also safe to do. This is also in a loop. It's going through the URLs. Yeah, I think this is fine. So, oh, can I also edit the commits? That's interesting. This is really a new kind of view. Oh, this even shows the pull request. Proposed changes. I can merge it directly from here. That's nice. But I actually want to do the commit first. So fixed issue 1239. Commit and submit. What will happen if I click this? Commit and submit. Proof and submit. What is submit? Am I submitting the change to the pull request provider? I'm guessing so. So let's try that. This branch has no conflict with the base branch. Exit review mode. Leave a comment. Comment himself. Ah, okay. I can't make commits here. Can I make commits here? What will happen with the changes that I made now here? Okay, let me actually search for that. GitHub merge pull request in VS Code or GitHub code spaces. Using code space for pull request. There we go. Create a pull request, opening pull request. Open the file here, then I can plus next to line number, type your comment, and then click start review. Okay, they're doing with comments from the sidebar. What about making new comments? I'm not really sure. Committing, deleting. Yeah, okay. I did make changes here. And this is just showing it twice. Can I close this? Close. Oh. Close. Okay, probably I just have to learn how VS Code works. So this is pull request, this is GitHub, this is Remote Explorer, extensions, run, source control, free pending changes. I hope I can, yeah, commit message. Control enter to commit directly. Nice. So this is the one change. This is the other. Does this really work? I think so. This and that. So changes will be committed directly to their main branch. Nice. Perfect. Then I will just how should we call it? So what we did is we fixed some code conventions issues. And that was it. Nothing else, I think. Control enter, it said. Okay, let's see if the magic works. Or do I have to first? Oh, I see now. I have to stage them. Makes sense. Now let's try again. Let me check it out outside. Pull requests, commits. No, it did not commit. What's the problem? Probably I don't have the rights, but it just doesn't say, unable to commit on the bottom right. Unable to, yeah, that was actually what I was expecting. So I have to do these things on my own computer. Let's just go and do that. So I have to check out, let's check out this repository first. So as I mentioned on my Wednesday stream, I'm using Git fork as my go-to Git UI. And let's just check out BartyCrouch. Let's also check out the versions branch, but we're in the main branch, and then we also need the fork. And I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but how I used to do, just to be sure everything works, is I just add locally or a new remote. I just call it fork, or in this case, I could also use the username, which makes sense. Maybe I just, yeah, let's just keep it like this. Let's just fetch it. And then here's their latest changes. And I can also create a branch. I just created with fork/main, which is I only work on one fork at a time. So this is the one I want to fix here. And actually I might be creating multi, I just have one pull request right now. But still, yeah, that's still more correct to use the username there too. Let's rename the fork. Cool, now I can just open the project. I haven't opened it for a while, so I hope there's no other kind of issues. And it will all just build and work. Cool, all checked out automatically. Now what we can just try out is if this builds, and because this is the main tool, let's switch to that and just command build. And see if everything builds all right without any warnings and things like that. It's taking a while. That's normal. We might also just update the packages. There we go, it's building. I don't see any warnings. All fine. If I was running this, it would actually run on just the current folder. And I typically also add here the arguments to specify where it should be run. And BartyCrouch actually has a path, so to test it out, we will need that. And let's actually add it already. So do I have a sample I actually have a sample project here. I think this has BartyCrouch set up. Right, root files, BartyCrouch. There we go. So it has it set up, and we can just test it out if everything is still continue to work with the sample project, and just to make sure that it was working before. If I just add something like BartyCrouch translate test translation German test DE and English test DN, no comment needed. Let's just build this project, which should cause BartyCrouch to replace this with a call to L10N, which is something we integrate with SwiftGen. And if you want to see how to set up this, I am actually doing the setup in my Wednesday stream, where I'm developing a focus timer app right now. I just started doing that 2 days ago, and basically you can see how I'm setting it up there. And there's small issues there, which I will be fixing next week on Wednesday. So BartyCrouch setting up is part of that project as well. So this worked. So we know that this is actually working before with a normal BartyCrouch. And you can see there is a warning here, and this is all features of BartyCrouch because it was not translated yet to this other language. And let's actually remove it again by going to the English and just saying test. And if we build now, it will actually remove it from all languages. But what we want to do is we want to run this development version of BartyCrouch and not the installed version from Homebrew. In order to do that, we will run it directly from Xcode, but we have to specify the path of the project. So let's actually do that by just having a look at the possible options that we have here. And if you run BartyCrouch, you can specify these options, and basically -p is specifying the path, or we could also use path to make it more clear. So minus path. And we don't have to call BartyCrouch here because we're going to run BartyCrouch, so this is not needed. But we want to pass an argument that is path, and also when we run BartyCrouch, we typically run the update message. Translate message is not needed here, so let's say update with the path of this project. And the way I get paths is I just open the terminal, I just move the folder into the terminal, and then I have the full path here. So this is the path, and I think that's it. This should already work. So if I ran this here, I think this is already there. Yeah, we can also switch the branches here. If I ran this here, it should actually also work, but we will just try out the other branch right away. Okay, I think I can't see it there. So we're in that branch, and if I run this, it should work. So we'll again add the same thing, or with a different name maybe. BartyCrouch translate, this is the fork demo. Let's do like this. English, hello world, no comments. And then also we want to see if the feature works as well. Not only that, it continues to work. So let's do both in one step. And for the feature, we have to go to the BartyCrouch toml file and just specify a path which is ignored by default, which should not be ignored anymore. So I will just create within the sources let me create a folder. I call it pods. And then inside here, I will just create a new Swift file. Let's call it demo.swift. Add to the project, and let's just add an enum demo and just a function inside of it, test. Oops. And we're just going to call BartyCrouch translate again with demo. I think we used it already. This is pods key. Pods.key translations hello world. In this project, do I have a translation set up? I do, but I haven't configured the translation key. But yeah, we're just going to skip that. So this is the this is the one file within the pods folder, and the feature basically of the pull request is if I specify inside of the interface normalize translate transform. If I specify within the code paths the pods path specifically, it should work. So if I say sources/pods in this case, and it could also be like another path inside. So let's actually do that. Sub folder, and then let's just copy this here and pods.subkey. Oops. Hello world build sub. Okay, so what I would basically expect with this new feature is that if this path is specified explicitly as something that should be included when searching for files, then it should no longer be excluded from the because it has pods in its name. And before, the issue was that this file, so this translation and this translation, would not be translated because they are in a pods folder, and only this one will be translated. But after, it should work now with all of them, and we can actually test this out. If I just build this project here, it will use the installed BartyCrouch version, so I will just Command B to build it, and it says build fails, which is okay. It doesn't give any errors, but anyways, it did run BartyCrouch, I'm expecting. So yeah, this has turned into alt-n call. And also, if we have a look at the localizable, we have the fork demo, but we don't have the other ones in here. So if I go to another language, you see only the one is added new, and these are still here. And with the new one, so let me just revert that. Okay, that's one of the issues. I can't revert. I have to add another key. So fork demo 2 English pull up. So here we have BartyCrouch translate, and with the fork running. So if I just run this here, we will also see the outputs here. It's still building. There we go. Okay, this is not working actually because something is missing. It says internal Swift syntax parser. This happens from time to time when developing. Thank you for following, Sailor75. Thank you very much. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is something that I saw already. I think there was a solution. I just don't remember. Let's just search for it. You can see I've already commented here. It's actually in BartyCrouch. When was it being, has it been closed? You can see this post. Do we actually have Xcode properly installed? So what happens when I say which Xliff version? That looks nice, that looks okay. And Xcode is also just installed under applications. Yeah, just there. Let's see what we can find with the, okay, this is maybe not, I have the issue when I use Xcode with M4. Okay, this used to not happen before. Started at some version. Works okay with Xcode 11.3. Only this help. Install name tool. That might be the issue. I rediscovered this issue again when installing through Homebrew and not having an app with the name xcode.app in the application. Yeah, I remember that. If you don't have that, then this is an issue. After renaming, it works as expected. But we do have that, right? Is there an issue with Xcode? Tools not installed. Let's just check here. Yeah, it's also okay. This might be referencing somehow differently, but there is a workaround here, which we'll try out now. But even this doesn't work. More than one input file specified. Okay, this doesn't really help. Swift syntax, exactly, that's the issue. Find the file in your toolchain by locating it in the... Okay, copy this folder to your Xcode projects directory. Drag the file into Project Navigator. This should automatically add it to your target frameworks and libraries. Under your target settings, change the lib internal Swift syntax part to embed and sign. That's kind of a weird workaround, but we'll try it out. We can not commit it. And this was their path, and this might actually work. So let's just try it out. Let's go to terminal, just open the folder in which it should be, and yeah, it exists. And the file name was lib internal Swift syntax parser dlib. Lib internal Swift syntax parser, this is the one. And they say just copy this file to your Xcode projects directly, drag the file into the project navigator in Xcode. We can do that in one step. Let's just drag this file. Oh, okay, this way it doesn't work because it's a package. Let's try it this way. Let's just add it to sources. It should recognize it, right? Can I even include it to a package like that? Okay, they go on to say, drag it into the project navigator. This should automatically add it to your targets, frameworks, and libraries. Under your target settings, change to embed and sign. I'm not sure if that's possible with the package. I might need to have a project for that. Okay, let's actually find a different solution. Why is it not working in the first place? Is it maybe due to a Swift version or something? If I set this to 5.5, will it work then? No. What if I add it to that folder? Let's just copy this. Oops. I'm actually just trying to ban this person. There we go. Okay. So we have to find an issue for that, or we can also do things manually by just building and running manually. Let me try that first. It's a bummer that this doesn't work through there, and I might find a solution later. Well, let's just try a simple way. So I will try Swift build -c release. So we just build the... Oh, I'm on the root folder. Now I'm in BartyCrouch folder. Swift build. Maybe we don't need to -c release. Well, let's do it anyways. And we're just going to run the tool with the same arguments as here. We just call the tool that we're building. So it's building from source, and for some reason, if I remember correctly, this works. I wish we can find a solution for Xcode directly, and I might actually do that, but I try to always also focus on what the actual task is, what I'm trying to do, and not get too distracted by issues I find and I stumble upon. And I basically, what I did right now is have in my mind I had a like a time limit for trying to fix it. And I couldn't solve it in that time by researching and trying out a few things. So I just put it like in the back of my mind, and we're now going to compile this. And compilation also takes some time. So we're waiting for this. Let's see if there's anything in the chat. What's everyone doing? So I see a few people have joined. How are you all? Okay, that's a great time to just have a look at other issues that were reported. Let's use our time efficiently. And as there are many issues and many also solved already, I will just go through them by sorting by how many upvotes they have. So how many other people also have the same issue. And the one with the most upvotes is this one, which has 6. And I created this myself. Automate addition of localized string keys to source locale. As described in the article, can already be used for normalizing and linting on SwiftUI application, but a transformation from NS localized or BartyCrouch doesn't support a okay. This is SwiftUI support basically. Should consider adding an option to transform BartyCrouch translate into a literal string. I will actually label the larger kinds of, I mean, I have a workaround here that's posted and it works. And if I add it now to this project without an entire rewrite or something, it's not going to make it work really nicely, because this is based on some tooling from Apple provided in Xcode. It's basically based on extract log strings and things like that. And I think I also go on to explain on this. Any progress on this? I see, yeah. I am actually, as I said, I am working right now on something related to this, and I might be solving this specific issue there. So I will just mark this. And what label makes sense? This is definitely an enhancement. I just want to add a new label. Let's just call this. Okay, so I'm currently in version 4 point something, and this is basically something that's out of scope of 4 point something and is planned for like BartyCrouch 5 or something. So maybe I can call it rewrites BartyCrouch 5. I could also call it out of scope of 4x. Let's just call it BartyCrouch 5. Out of scope for BartyCrouch 4.x as it needs bigger changes. Probably needs bigger changes. Sometimes people come up with easier solutions, but yeah, that's the one that I'm going to use. That BartyCrouch 5 here. Okay, it's not there yet. Let's refresh the site. There we go. So this is Marcus BartyCrouch 5. I'm not going to close it, it's still open. And I will be working on this in some way, but it's not something that we can fix easily. Let's have a look at our build. Okay, our build is complete. Now what happened here is if I open the project folder and I turn on all the invisibles, we can see the build folder, and it has artifacts. The easiest way to get there is just open release, and you can see the full path. It's build ARM64 Apple. So we can also just open this and then release. And then this is the BartyCrouch tool. So I could just go into this path, cd into the release folder, and now we have BartyCrouch available here that we can just run with the command that we copied. So let's just copy the command again in case we don't have it anymore. And just as a reminder, what we're doing here is we're testing if this works. So I'm expecting this to change as well, and this to change as well after running BartyCrouch and then this command. Let's see what happens. Found translate entry. So translations, transform. So some things were done. We can see that it worked here. It didn't work here, and it didn't work here either. Are we on the fork? We are on the fork. So what did I do wrong? Which BartyCrouch did it use? Oh, it used the homebrew BartyCrouch. My fault. So I have to add something here again. BartyCrouch translate, in this case, third try. I think number is not possible. Third try. Translation German. Hallo Welt. No comment. Okay, let's try again. And this time I'm going to say /BartyCrouch, so it's clear I mean the BartyCrouch executable that we just added there, and now it should work. So it did change more now, so it looks good. This has worked, this has worked, this has worked well. So I can confirm that these changes are working, and these things I can revert. I did change this is also not needed. The only thing I want to do is I want to also we can close this and this. I can close this. This is unfortunately not working. And I want to also update the dependency, so let's just do that. Always good to update dependencies to see if there's like bigger changes. It's not that I'm setting them to specific versions, so they should always update automatically, but you never know, maybe there's like a security fix somewhere. Also with syntax, maybe just needed an update, but this looks all right. I think it's updated. Let's see if there are any changes. No changes, because I'm not okay, I'm not committing the resolve package numbers, but that's it basically. So I have reviewed and it does work. I think it's also passing the oh, we wanted to add the changes, so let's do that. And I will actually also fix the commits here, rebase interactively. So this is very long, and also this has a dot at the end, which doesn't go in line with the so on GitHub I have documented, if you go for BartyCrouch, that's really nice, Command K. I have documented how you can be contributing, and there is some guidelines for here how to do the commit messages, and I want you to just follow this really great blog post which was written by Chris Beam. I can really recommend that. So cbeams/git commit, and it has 7 rules, I believe. Here you go, and one of them is do not end the subject line with a period. So I've removed the period there. This is also very long. Fixed issue 24, don't ignore explicit. This is more like a description. What it really did is don't ignore explicitly mentioned folders, which is also mentioned here. This is actually what it does, and this is fixing a Swiftly warning. And fix, which is also something in the Chris Beams post. So it's basically saying use the imperative mood in the subject line, and mainly the reason for that that Chris Beams mentions is that Git does it itself. So if you have like a merge commit and things like that, which Git does itself, it uses that method as well. So that's fine. So I'm rebasing that, and then we're going to fix the 2 issues that we fixed on GitHub Spaces. So let's just have a look here. First was code file search, and we just added the self here. Code file search. And we're adding, yeah, this is definitely looking. And in this specific project, I still had the 4 spaces approach. If I set it here, it will not save because there's no project in the repository. It's basically just the package.swift file that I'm opening. So I can't really fix it overall, but I can fix it temporarily for me having this open right now. This is fixed, and then I think the next issue was the short names, which I don't see here. No, this was actually just fine. I was removing the return. Next is some files searchable, where I have the CFS. Okay, I could have used the refactor feature of Xcode for that, but this should work too. And the last but not least, code files, search again, this time in the code commander. In line 57. And this time I'm going to use rename. There we go. This should build. It does. And these are the fixes. Just to review it again here. Cool. Let's commit that. This is, I think I already provided a commit message here. There we go. Let's copy that. And we're good to go. Now the problem is I can't push this to their repository, so I have to do it somehow differently. And I can try to push it to my own with this branch name. So my own origin, but I'm using this branch name. And I can then create a new pull request, which I can then merge, which basically replaces the other one. Okay, it has replaced the main now. I think I did something wrong. Branch name to origin main is replaced now. Anyways, I want to merge it anyway, so it's merged like this now. Let's just copy the commit hash and report that it's merged, but with some changes. I just actually merged it with some changes. See, with some changes in. Saved time. No, skipped. I basically skipped the creating a PR on your fork and just pushed right away. Closing this. And actually, let's mention that we did this in the stream, and so let's just link to the stream. Let's go to the channel here and let's just add it. Thank you very much for this PR. I just actually merged it with some changes in skip the creating. Just actually merged it live. During a live stream. With some changes in to fix code conventions. Cool. I think that's it. Let's close with a comment. So it's technically, it looks like it's closed, but it's actually merged. Just I didn't want to. What I could have done is I could have created a pull request to their fork, and then they could have included the changes that I requested them to do into their pull request, and then I could have merged their pull request, which is like 3 steps instead of 1. And I just saved time by doing this. Maybe there's a better way to do it. I don't have one in mind right now. But this definitely works, and still, even in the if you look at the commit history, it still shows that it's actually something they ordered. I just committed it by when I rebased and renamed things and things like that, and they're still the contributor and listed everywhere. So also attribution, I think, is still for them, and that should be fine. So we had this other pull request open and support for intent definition files. And actually this did some changes and added some like new methods, act on intent definitions. incrementally and things like that. Basically what I'd asked them to do is to update the README and add tests, I think. Add a test which will ensure this continues to work long term. And this fixes this issue, which is upvoted 4 times. So this is actually something that people are looking forward to. So maybe because this hasn't gotten any work for quite a time. I don't see you. Feel free to fork the PR and do some. I could surely test for some intent definition files. Just tell me what I could do to help. Okay, so there's even people trying to help. I used this version now for a few times. It worked without any problems, but it would be nice if it also could add a comment with the base translation like the storyboard translation does. Add a comment with the base translation. Okay. I already mentioned exactly what it needs. One simple unit test. Okay, this is basically what I wanted this how it should be as per the quality of the feature, because it's adding new feature. And if something doesn't work in the feature and I state like there is this feature, then it's not perfect. So I requested to add a test and document how this can be set up and how it's used, and make sure that this does not change behavior for does not change any behavior for existing users by making it opt-in. Yeah, that's the best way to go. But as this is open for quite a while, no one has picked this up, although there's like interest in picking this up. I use this version new. Yeah, we might actually try to somehow get this merged the way it is and still be safe. So let's have a look at the changes again. I'm just going to do it with a normal viewer here. So they've added swiftly. Okay, that's already a big change. They've added an entirely new library. Then we have added it everywhere. There's a new function here. Find all intent definition files within base directory path. And it basically does yeah, just searching for the intent definition files using this regular expression, which looks like it's looking for backslash. I think this is just reversing the back. So it's looking for slash something something slash, but optionally. We have the locale. And it says something after the locale and then intent definition. So it's looking for the intent definition files in a case intent definition. This should work. This should also not match any files that are not intent definition files. So I think this is fine. It's also using the base directory path approach. Then we have act on intent definitions. We can actually have and look at this code also in Xcode, but yeah, let's review it here first. So this has a lot of the same parameters as we had before in other commands. Then we have input file paths, it's flat mapping, find all. This is like a copy of the code below. It's just calling the other method. And it's, instead of saying with locale, it's using base. This is something that I have to check if this makes sense. It's also not providing a locale here. Here we're providing a locale. In this case it's translate though. Let's have a look at the code above it. Act on interfaces, we also don't have a locale. We go for base as well. Act on interfaces. So you need the base localization. Input file paths is empty, no files found. Input file paths, it's going through them. If there is no, that gives an error. And output strings files, find all locales for strings file. And it's filtering those that are not in the input files. So these are our output strings files. Same logic as before. Incremental intent definition update. Incremental interface update. Yeah, this is definitely consistent. This looks nice. So let's just actually, is this all file? Oh, there's a private method there. So So let's actually say we viewed these. Let me check out this dependency. That's really important that there is no dependencies added that are not really high quality. Swifty XML does have only 90 stars. 2 years ago, last updated. Is it getting updated still? Yeah. Okay, it's definitely not a big library. So not a big fan of merging this already. But we might be able to replace the XML library there. So let's have a look how this is used. If there's a lot of XML, yeah, this is traversing using that library, doing things here. This is a tough one. I don't really want to stop people from being able to use this, but at the same time, I don't really want to merge any dependencies into the tool. So I have to think about this a little more. And also what exactly they're doing here. This is also not very well documented. It's just saying traverse the XML structure and search translatable values to check if a value is translatable. Is sufficient to check if the parent dictionary contains a key with the same name and the suffix ID. How can we support this without merging the dependency or without making me too dependent on a dependency? How large is this and how many issues does it have? Asking for a feature, tenant closed. Is it the same developer who has provided this? No, it's not. It's just one file. I'm just checking out what this code does, how much code it is, if I can kind of understand what it does, if it uses any kind of functional things that I don't really understand, and also if there's any potential security issues here that are obvious. It's basically just a parser as far as I know right now. And it's also not using many weird or complicated features such as generics and things like that that could break fast and be hard to fix. Okay, they're calling it enum. Get enum. This is a large file, but it's mostly not too hard to understand. Yeah, this is actually, and doing some escaping. Okay, this is adding new API to string, but it's not public, so it shouldn't be added. It should be actually internal. I think we can merge this. It's not great to have a smaller dependency, but it has 90 stars, which is better than nothing. And I'll see their track record if they're still active. Not in the last time, but they are active again and again. And in general, they are open sourcing things. So Kevin, be a Swifty iOS developer. Does it have tests? Yes, it does. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, no tests. That's not great. Should we merge or should we not merge? If there's any viewers who are Swift developers, what is your opinion? Should we get this dependency into our library? I'm still thinking about the pros and cons. So the con is definitely that I have to consider this library as my own code now, and I have to fix it if it doesn't work. But the cool thing is that actually, in the worst case, I can just get rid of that library. And where's our code review? There we go. So if I want to get rid of the library, I just have to fix this code. Just this till here. And this is basically just doing using that library. Everything else is not really using that library. Maybe we can write this ourselves, but probably it's going to blow up the entire thing. So maybe we can just include the code. Let's see, what's the license? So it's MIT license, that should be safe. Okay, let's include it. I think this is fine, so I'll start it myself. Although this is the... Should we start? Yeah, let's just start. And just to be sure, let's also fork it. That we will continue having access to it. But I'm going to use this directly. So we're adding a new library. Oh no, it's already added. Sorry. Of course, it's already added because we're just reviewing. Then I'm fine with this code. Let's have a look at this function. Extracting things from file. Cannot extract. XML. It's traversing the children. It's kind of understandable. I would have extracted this outside, but they have added a function inside, which is also fine. Translation string extracted atomically, encoding UTF-8. Strings file updater. Successfully updated strings files of intent definition. This is actually fine, so I think I will just be merging this. So I am fine with the dependency. Let's just check if it has a new version. 3.1.0 was the... Is it still the latest? 3.10 is still the latest. So merging, merging, merging. This is also looking fine. Command line actor intent definitions, global options, default to base and strip. Somebody had requested to this to add a comment, which I think should be requested as a separate feature. This is just the intent definition itself. So this looks good, and I'm going to merge this. Well, first let's approve and check if the CI would work. And yeah, it has some conflicts with the package.xlif file now. And I can rebase and merge it the same way as I did with the other one. So let's go and check this out. Adding a new remote, which is that of... Oops. Let's restart. Cool. Let's fetch it. Let's get to their branch, which is their name /main. And the main branch here. Or did this actually happen? Let me go to this branch first. Local changes. What local changes? Do we have the project still open? Ah, we did update the dependencies, I forgot that. But we can do that later again, after merging everything. So let's discard the changes. Go to main, pull. So we have the latest. And then we go here. Let's actually merge it locally. Maybe that's the best approach to do it. So we'll have a merge commit. That's the one that I forgot on this one. I just pushed directly to the main, which is not great. I wanted to see the CI if that works, if that runs. And we can do that if we just create a new pull request. Let's try that here. So update formula version was the last commit, then add support for intent definition files. Then we can also document the code and all of that. Okay, we're now into the code commander. We want to get to the README to also document that that we have this feature now in this pull request. So I'm going to see in the pull request. Let's actually go back. We have the sources. We have BartyCrouch kit. We have the commands. We have the update command, and in the update command I'm expecting we have okay, what were the changes? Fastest way to look up is here. The real changes were in strings file search, but the first thing we had is we have to resolve the merge conflicts with the package.xlif file. So let's actually first rebase this. So this is their branch and this is our new main branch. Let's just rebase their main branch. It says I can't do it because it has unresolved changes, unstaged ones. Try again. We have to close Xcode. Xcode will always automatically try to update the package dependencies as long as it's open, and it's hard to rebase while Xcode is open. So we now have this, we want to rebase it, and this is the merge conflict, and it's saying that in the main branch it's actually removed. Oh, that's the change. I had to fix some code convention issues. Did we remove it today? I don't remember that. Well, we actually don't need the resolved file, so we can't keep it removed. And this file here, it was the last change. Yeah, I removed it before. Or was it? I'm not sure, but here we have a merge conflict. And it's the whole thing. This whole thing is a merge conflict. It's indentation. Yeah, it's a huge indentation change here. So I did the indentation change at some point and also made this shorter somehow. But basically what they added is 50 XML. So let's just add it again manually. Let's just open the project or this file in Xcode. There we go. And we want to add the new dependencies with the XML. And the version we just set to 3.10, which was the latest if I remember correctly. And now we just add also Swifty XML. Let's keep them actually alphabetical. So H, M, R, S, T. T is the last. Swifty is also after, yeah, makes sense. And Tomo is here, and we have here Swift XML, Swifty XML. And the one that's dependent on it, let's check again. BartyCrouch kit, yeah, BartyCrouch kit is dependent on it. Ah, that's what we added to anyways. So this should work, and there's no longer need to resolve anything else. Cancel. Yeah, it is resolved. So this is the rebase, and just to be sure we resolved everything correctly, let's just build this project. Let me close it again and open. Oh, we forgot this part. And this is the old code. Now it should work. And we have to recommit. So there we go. build now. Is it building fine? Should build now. There we go, build succeeded. And just to review the changes of the last commit, let's have a look at all commits. Changes, package to Swift. We just resorted things and added Swifty XML, and it also builds now. Great. So we have rebased. Now we want to document. So what was changed? Let's go back here. Here we have find all intent definition files in the command line actor. We have act on intent definitions and interfaces task handler. So it's not really adding any new options as far as I can see. It just it's like implemented in a way where it just works. So we might just need to document that intent definition files are also supported. Let's see about the README here. Strings files. Update your strings file contents according to your configuration. Updates local level strings from minus local string entries. Transform. We're not really mentioning how this works at the moment. Okay, so imagine there's a user who has intent definition files but never used BartyCrouch on them. As far as I understand the code changes, it runs. Oh, I'll be back in a sec. I have to go to the door. Okay, sorry for the quick break. I had to go to the front door, received mail. Okay, what was I doing here? I was basically trying to check if we need a new command line option, because I was thinking about users who already have intent definition files and they were not managed by BartyCrouch. If they will run into problems if we just add the changes by default, so on the next update will automatically change their intent definition files translations. The question is, does it break? Can it break anything? So if users are using the additive method of BartyCrouch, it only adds new keys. If users, which is not a problem, it's actually good to do that. If users have unsorted keys there, it will sort them, which is also not a big issue. Then if users have missing keys and translations, we'll add them. I think it will just fix issues. Can there be a situation where it breaks something? Or should we just add it by default so users are just happy with the new version? I have to think about intent definition. Yeah, let's check the code again. Interfaces task handler. Actor intent definitions. We could make it optional. Turned on by default. Able to turn off, but would there be anybody who would not want this? And they could also exclude it by excluding the paths. I think we'll just merge it, and then in case somebody has troubles, I'm sure that they will. I think most people will be happy, and if there is anybody, they will report it as an issue, and I can fix it right away. As everybody is doing commits and git history anyways, I don't think there will be a big issue. We're not deleting files or something. Okay, so no need to really document much, but we should definitely document the changes. So what we did here is we added supports for intent definition files to be automatically Does it work with translate even? Source files? Let's check out the exact description also. Fixes 151. Oops. I have an app that supports each and therefore I have an intent definition file. This file is also translated, but it looks like BartyCrouch ignores this file. Let me just be sure that I understand this all right. Let's just add an intent definition file. Okay, how do we localize this? Probably like the info plist file as well. Okay, let's add something here. New intent. And we want it to automatically work, so we will be testing it the same way we tested the previous feature, as it is building. We'll just we'll just build it again. Oops. Go to here, go to the command line, and we just Swift build my Ci release. So we built BartyCrouch. This time it should also be a little faster, because I'm assuming it has some things cached. Obviously it has to compile Swifty XML the first time, but it's complete already. So let's open the this folder and go to the builds, Apple ARM64, and this is the file we want to run. Let's run it this way, so we definitely have the right path to it. And then again we will pass to it the project path that we have specified here as well with update. See what happens. Translation request failed. Yeah, I didn't provide the key. Obviously it does fail, but did something happen here? No, it doesn't. It didn't. Maybe I have to add some things that can be translated. Some text. Parameter ABC, display name ABC. I don't see anything related to localization here. Let's rerun. Still nothing added. But if we add something here, it will recognize the strings files, right? Like key1 equals value1. It should add them to the other languages now when we just run BartyCrouch. There we go. Okay, let's have a look again. What exactly how exactly this works. XML proper lists. So what this exactly does, I tried this PR works, but notice that it doesn't pick up my translation from base, just creates a list of keys with an empty target. I'm not sure if this is convenient. I would say that is. So it just creates a list of keys with an empty target. For example, this is the input. Intent parameter prompt dialog custom. Okay, so we need some prompts. This is the intent. User confirmation required. Intent is eligible for widgets. Let's just check everything. There we go. Siri dialog prompt. Hey, how are you doing? See what happens now. I'm not getting at it. I'm adding a lot of text here. Let's also go inside here, voice only dialog. Yes. Do it, print dialog. Yes, do it. String. Let's try again. Nothing really happens, so I don't really understand how this works. But I'm also not very experienced with this, so let me just try this. Let's just open the intent definition file as source code. So it says it's in Redict intent parameter prompt dialog custom. Is there anything like that? Oops, in here. Yeah, we do. And what I do here is intent parameter format string. Something like this. And we do have that as well. And this creates this instead of this is expected. Oh, Tesla Companion is using BartyCrouch. Looks like. Okay, it seems like I'm not really sure how to test this, and there are people who are willing to help. So what I will do is I will just push these this last state. I will try to make all the things like summarizing the changes and things like that. But even summarizing the changes is kind of hard without really understanding what this does. But it adds support for intent definition files. What exactly it does, I don't know. So if somebody can clarify that, would be great. But this is definitely confirmed by multiple people that it solves their issue, and the code looks fine to me, so I would merge it. I just want it to be documented in at least the change log. So when I release a new version, I can document basically what the changes are, so people who are upgrading to this, and if they run into problems, they can at least look up what changes there were, and then maybe they can understand, okay, this is actually happening. And if we're not really being detailed here, it's kind of hard to, yeah, to merge it and release it safely for me. So I would just ask for the people who have provided some feedback here for more details, how I can test it myself. And maybe we can create a short video what I did and that it didn't work. Let's go out and okay, let's show that as Siri intent definition again. Maybe they can just share an intent file with me where I can just test this. Your dialog, or I can share this here. Show that in Finder. So this is the intent definition. Let's just copy these 3 folders. Go to the desktop. So this is the demo setup or test files. Let's copy them in. Let's delete the localizable strings, which is not irrelevant here. And I can just provide this as the files that I've tried. So in this case, I might actually create a pull request to the person who created this, but I'm not sure if they're still active, so I will just push this into my own branch. This time I hope it will actually work, so I add support for intent definition files. So the remote I want to push to is this. I want to create a new branch. from this branch, right? I was not going to override the main again. It does override the main. Why? Why does it do that? I think there's a bug in Git fork, or I'm misunderstanding something. Shouldn't have done that. We still have uncommitted changes. Oh yeah, change log, we want to add it. Change, let's go back. I mean, I have pushed it, but I want to go back to this. Okay, I'm in the main branch. I want to just reset the main branch to my previous version main branch. Where's the reset button? Interactive rebase, of course. No, it's not. It should actually work like this. Because I haven't pulled it yet. Of course. Now we can reset it to main here. We can reset hard. Then we can push and force push into the main. I'm not sure if I have the rights to do this, but I do. Okay, we have deleted that thing again, and we now go back to this, and I'm just going to create a branch on GitHub. Somehow it doesn't work the way I want to. So let's just go here. Let's go to branches. Let's create a new one, if I can do that here. Okay, let me do it differently then. Let me create a new branch from here. I will call it fork/nmac. Let's do it like this. And this is the same version as the other one, and this one I'm going to push. I think this should work just fine. Yes, this created a new branch, and this local branch I don't need anymore. I can do we have one that is remote? It's not ours. This also I don't need anymore locally, it's already merged. And we have this branch now, we can create a pull request for this. So actually, if there's a new thing, even if you go to BartyCrouch, if you just push the branch recently, GitHub always has this very convenient button where you can just create this directly. And in my case, this is just a continuation of this one here. So I'm just going to copy the name. This is like new PR for, let's just say continuation of that. I can just copy the text, which is not very long, so. And I could add the tags myself already, mention them, but let's just create the pull request first, because I also want to see if the CI would actually pass. And now we are going to close this and mention my other new PR now. So, and who are the interested parties? Patrick's, or Sickenberg as well. So they provided help in parts of testing this. And they are asked for a new feature. It works, but notice that it doesn't pick up translations from base. Maybe this is the issue we ran into. Just creates a list of keys with an empty target. Add some incognito. Maybe that's the issue that we had too. That's maybe why it didn't work for us. And let's also mention nmac himself. So I've tried this out myself with some basic setup. Note that I have never translated any Siri kit intent definition files before, so I might have misunderstood things. But this code didn't work for me. But as I'm currently trying to close all open issues for BartyCrouch during a live stream, let's mention it here again. So, but as I'm currently trying to close all open issues for BartyCrouch, I'd like to get this merged. So if you can help me understand why it didn't work for me, or maybe even help issue, I would be very happy. I've rebased this PR and created a subsequent one in with a new number that we created is 241. Gonna close this. Please let's continue this discussion in 241. Oh, this is a blob of text. Let's make it a little more beautiful. Easier to read. Cool. So now we have this, and let's also see if this passes on the CI. Still running, and SwiftLint actually throws an issue. Lines shouldn't have trailing white space. Oh, okay. Let's actually check this out. Let's run SwiftLint. And there we have it. Command line actor 403. Oops, wrong project. Oh, I forgot to upload the test files that I have tested with. Also, let's mention the continuation, the original pull request. So we just closed intent definition file support. This is a rebase and continuation of. It fixes 151. And here's the test intent structure where this code didn't work for me. Maybe it's related to the base issue mentioned by, and who mentioned it? Some okay, sometimes the auto completion doesn't work. Let's copy it for a name. Where does drag and drop not work sometimes? attach file by drag and drop. Let's not make it full screen and it should work. And updating comments. So let's go back to fixing the SwiftLint issues. Command line actor 400 free. Command line actor 400 free. Okay, this is all the new code, and let me actually show all the invisibles so we can quickly find all. This is maybe too long. There was trailing white space. Where's trailing white space? I don't see much trailing white space here. Let's go back here. Command line actor 378, single line guard. Okay. 378. Easy as that. Then we have the closing brace white space violation 402. Yeah, makes sense. I think we have another one here. That could be a single line easily. Let's change the order. Unnecessary closure params 401. I think it's the braces. Yeah, parenthesis was there. Then file length violation 459. That's probably the end of the file. Yeah, we probably need to just ignore that for now. It's not really that big of a deal. So file length, I should call it file length. Function body length and function 347. 347. It's this function, yeah, because this is inside the function. We have another function. Let's actually extract that. This might already solve the issue. Let's make it private. Does it access any of the... Let's see if it builds. We'll see in a sec. Yeah, it accesses the transition dict. And yeah, let's keep it inside. Let's just ignore it. I don't really want to mess with things here, so I'm just going to SwiftLint disable this. I think that was how it was called. And we have function body length. Let's see now. Oh, still there for 2348. Disable next. It's to be disabled on the next line because the warning shows up in the next line. Then we have trading closure violation in 402 and also 401 and 79. 402. 401. And 79 it was, I think. That's it. Oh, one violation found. Trading white space violation in 23 and interfaces task handler. 23, there we go. So the reason why this happens, just to explain that again, I had mentioned this in my last stream. In the preferences, I always go to text editing and then to editing. I always make sure that this checkbox is checked. And by default on Xcode, it's not checked. And that's why we have all these white spaces here. And yeah, by checking it, it makes sure that if I like add new lines here, you see they're all removed here. But if I uncheck, if it's not checked, you'll see that it actually keeps those there. And that's what happened here with this user. They have the defaults on, which I think is not the best. So let's just remove that and make sure that we still have the correct version, correct setting, or the one that I prefer. Let's put it like that on. There we go. Now we shouldn't have any swiftling warnings anymore. There you go. So we have fixed the swiftling warnings now. Let's just review that everything looks good. Fix all swift lint warnings. Let's push and let's see if the CI would pass now. Did not pass before. And this is the old one, this is the new one. So it will run again, the CI. And this one we don't need anymore. Okay, this is actually the issue that we just handled. Maybe we should also mark them as that we handled them now. Go first issue. This is basically ongoing, right? Because there is a pull request on that. Let's add an ongoing one. PR exists, but not finished, but not merged yet. Create. Let's go back and let's mark as ongoing after refreshing the page, so it reloads the labels. Ongoing. Cool. Then we can later just filter by those that we haven't checked yet. So we have handled both pull requests. And next I wanna again sort by the most upvoted, as I have already mentioned. And actually I think we can go back to our to-do list here. Oops. And merge all pull requests that are open, if possible. Like this is the important part here. So did I do all the things that I wanted to do? Yes, I did do it. And actually we will also in the future just go to our inbox in the future Friday sessions and make sure that if there is new things mentioned by people who are answering me, for example, I just requested help, if they provide help until next Friday, I will see it here in my inbox, and we will always go through the inbox at the beginning. I just don't have anything here yet because this is a new GitHub account just for this live stream, so I can separate my other work from the work that I do during the live stream, so we can clearly always see all the things that I do here. And that's the thing that we're going to do first in next stream. But we can go to issues now. And let's just check them out. Let's let these continue and run. So the blah. My mouth is already getting kind of dry. Let's drink something. Okay, back to the issues, sort them by upvotes. The first one we have handled now, automate addition of localized string keys to source locate, and we have just marked it as BartyCrouch 5, so it's out of scope for this stream, but I have this on my radar. Next is remove empty comments. Let's see. So this was created by me and has 5 upvotes. When there's no comment, extract log strings will generate entries like no comment provided by engineer all over the place. These comments should be removed by default on normalization. There might even be an option to remove comments altogether. Okay, we don't have this. This is basically a feature request, definitely. It's not really a bug or something. It's an enhancement. And why it is upvoted by 5 people, I don't think this is going to break anybody's workflow, or it really has a high value. Let's put it like that. It's like a convenience thing. And I don't know if we can mark it as that. Maybe we can give it some priority. I don't see any priority here. Can we actually use projects here? Okay, it's not configured. Let's just create labels with priority, such as priority high. I think that's obvious. Priority medium and priority low. And then we can basically focus on the ones with higher priority first. I will still go through this in this order, but I don't have to fix it in this order. That's not what I meant by that. So I am going to give priorities now, and the priority here definitely I would say is low. It's not really a big issue. And also nobody has commented on this, which also shows that it's not a huge issue. If people really have a problem with something, they will comment. Cool. So let's also add a priority here. So this is automated addition of, this is Swift UI. This is like making things future-proof and using things with localization, localized string key and things like that. There is a workaround though. So this is not the highest. So it works, like even without a workaround, it already works. For SwiftLint, for Swift Gen, you need a workaround, and that's what I mentioned here. So you do have a solution, but having a native solution is definitely better. So this is kind of medium, I would say. But again, I have it on my radar anyway. So this one here, it's low. It's just not updated here. Let's just refresh. There we go. And we have Siri shortcut translation files are not handled. This is exactly what we already worked on. So this is ongoing. But priority wise, if we want to translate everything, it's definitely high prior for that feature, but not everybody is using that. And I think also there's like, it's not indefinitely getting large, or maybe it is actually, maybe there can be a lot of Siri shortcut. If you really provide an app that really has a lot of Siri shortcuts, it could actually be that it's high prior for them. That's a new feature. Yeah, I would say medium. Let's just go for medium if I'm not sure. It's not affecting everybody, so it's not high. Let's put it like that. I think I have to always reorder. Remove empty comments. This, okay, next one is, let's open a new tab here. Add Google Translate support. It would be cool to add a Google Translate support because most likely Google Translate is better than Microsoft Translate. I don't know about that, but yeah, maybe it would be a good idea to use a Google Apps script because it has a free unlimited Google Translate. Here's an example article. Are these links still valid? Language service. I see, okay, maybe there is actually an API, Google Apps script. And here's an example article. Translation automation workflow and Google Apps script. But we can't just copy and paste the code from here. It's JavaScript code. And I have liked this myself. I would say this is definitely a new feature. It's not many people who have requested this. People are happy with the Microsoft Translator and DeepL support, but I think it makes sense to add Google Translate to just make this complete. So it's definitely one where we could add value, but there is already two translation managers who are just working fine. So I think it's not high prior, like from my perspective. If for somebody this is high prior for whatever reason, they need to use or want to use Google Translate, I think it's just yeah, they can just try provide translation. So I didn't answer for a long time. Thank you for requesting this. I'm totally fine with Google Translate support. So if anybody is willing to add it, I would happily review and merge. Should also be easy enough to add a new language. a new service, as this was done already. So somebody actually added the DeepL support, so maybe I can edit support DeepL API free. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the earlier one, so this is the one that added it. And user, as this was already done already in for DeepL, for example. Having 2 working services already. Yeah, let's not put anything else. I think that's fine. Let's just comment it like that. So this is not very high priority from my perspective, but it's definitely something that just rounds it up. Makes sense to merge it. So if anybody is willing to implement that. Doing open source work for me, also just to explain this, on these Fridays I'm doing open source work, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to implement every feature that is requested, because I have to also prioritize the time that I invest here. And I do want to, like, if there were a lot of people who are asking for this, and again, just adding a thumbs up is not the only sign. Also, if other people are like explaining why they really need it and things like that, they will add comments. And then it's going to be more clear that this is actually something that people need and it's missing in BartyCrouch to be useful for them. But I don't have the feeling that it's currently missing. And also always the translation feature in BartyCrouch, the automatic machine translation, was like a side effect or like an extra feature that was there to like help out indie devs and things like that. But it's also nothing that really is going to make your app have really good translations, because machine translations, they always don't have the context and things like that. So it's not the best feature anyways, which is why I really want to focus on the simplification of the issues and making a safe reference calls kind of aspect on this tool. So next one is Xlif Export. So Xlif Export, considering BC Ignore, Xcode's built-in export for localization. Export includes IB views marked with BC Ignore. Suggested solution, BartyCrouch Export Xlif. Oh, BartyCrouch Export Xlif, and then optional defaults to dot, languages, separate list. The export format should be identical to Xcode's built-in export, except that it ignores BC Ignore views. I could help with implementation. No. I could help with testing. Yes. So it's requested back in 2020. And 2 people upvoted, including myself, so 1 other person. I had the same issue, and after a couple of days of searching what's the best option available, I found this nice hack. So there is a nice hack. Basically, for terms ignored using the standard BartyCrouch notation BC Ignore, you just need to launch the following command: XML starlet ed contains. Okay, it looks like this is just an XML command. I'm currently testing it in details and I'll keep the issue updated. In any case, it would be nice to have this feature somewhat available directly inside BartyCrouch, and since it seems that we cannot trust Apple for having an Xcode. So I add node DNL to the comment for localizer field in the identity tab, then I run this command. Yeah, basically it's using XML starlet, which can be downloaded via homebrew, to find all elements that contain the text node equals DNL, combined with using Xcode build export localization. It looks like there is a workaround, and it actually should work. Even if this tool wasn't there, basically what you need to do is in the exported Xlif document, you need a tool that just removes all the entries that have. And that's also what this does. It just has to remove all the entries in there. What we could do in BartyCrouch is we could add I wouldn't actually add support for like exporting as Xlif, as then we have to like create the Xlif document and things like that, which is complying to a standard and things like that. Also, Apple might actually change how the export in Xcode works. So we don't want to do that. What we could do instead is we could just say, okay, the exported Xlif that you exported with Apple from Apple, we can adjust that by just removing the BC Ignore entries there. So we could basically add support where we do something like this command does, but we can do it in Swift actually. So that's, I think, what makes it easier to solve the same problem without adding too much work in BartyCrouch. But at the same time, it's just 2 people requested this. Maybe it's not a huge problem anyways, but I see that it's convenient if it's there. So yeah, how to put this? So I could mention that we don't want to support this fully, but we could also support it. Maybe Xlif is not that hard anyways. Let's just have a look at Xliff Format. So it's an XML format, source and target language. I can imagine this getting complicated, specifically also with pluralization. Maybe we don't need that for IB files. But I would not want to like recreate a bigger tool that Apple does. So let's just phrase it like that. So thank you for reporting this feature request. And sorry for answering so late. Maybe you don't have this issue anymore, but others may want the same thing. So let me share my thoughts on this. In general, I'm not sure if I want to load up BartyCrouch to be a tool that does everything related to localization. It was always meant to just fix the missing parts in Xcode. It's more like a patch basically, or yeah, it's more like a filler. I don't think we have enumerate this. That's but I like the approach mentioned by Marco Pagliari, which can be done either with the command he shared above. Actually, who uploaded this? It was me. It can either be with the command he shared above, or and that's or we could actually also add a feature that does this change right within BartyCrouch, so you don't have to mess with another language or tool. That's not on the, but as there is a workaround, but as there's the above workaround, it's not on the it's not top of my list of features or of smaller features to add to BartyCrouch. I might consider it though sometime in the future. In any case, if somebody wanted to add such a feature, I'm always happy to review PRs, good PRs. Cool. I think that's pretty much a summary of what my thoughts are here and also what the priority is. So for me personally, priority is low. First, this is already like a medium kind of priority. And it's also going to be even less important in the future, where Swift UI is not going to be, Swift UI is going to be the main UI framework that we're using. And this is mostly, I think, related to IB files, not only related to IB files where we need the BC ignore. And additionally, we have a workaround, so that makes it low priority for me. And it's also an enhancement request. New feature, but that's an enhancement too. Let's get back to, okay, this is actually working. It's failing on macOS, that's interesting. Okay, the tests are failing. So, we didn't check out the tests, that's true. We also didn't do that on the other, but that was already passing. So let's have a look again why this fails. So let's turn off the invisibles, and I want to run a test. Let's see what happens. Build succeeded, and now the test should run, and we will see the green icon here on the right showing which ones pass, and red if it doesn't pass. As always, this is the place to look, see what Xcode is right now doing. Test failed. So only ran the translator tests, which passed, but it failed elsewhere. It says execute one test with 0 failures. Okay, it didn't execute the test actually. Let me go to the package. Let's run again. Okay, why are they not run? Let me run them manually. Again, this issue with the Swift syntax parser. I really think that Swift syntax parser has some design issues that should be fixed. So I'm just going to run the test via command line. So we want to just Swift test. Thankfully, Swift PM allows us to, or Swift itself, I think it's mostly Swift PM, allows us to do everything on the command line. And there, these issues seem not to happen, probably because they're testing on their CI of Swift itself and Swift PM, and the CI is running just on the command line, and those are all passing. So I think that's why this is always working here, but somehow it doesn't work in Xcode for some path issue, I guess. So it has to fail, and we want to know where exactly it fails. Let's wait for that. Okay, there we have the failures. Let's make this full screen. So test interfaces task handler with default config. 3 is not equal to 2. Demo tests 89. Okay, but this is not the right one, I guess, because there's no line 89 here. BartyCrouch kit demo tests. Oh yeah, BartyCrouch kit. We want to go to BartyCrouch kit. BartyCrouch kit demo tests. And 89. So test lab shared. Print outputs count to. Okay, so we have new features added, but do we have intent definition files there? I don't think so. So it shouldn't have changed actually. Interfaces task handler. Was this the intent definition PR? Am I mixing up things? So we're here. Yeah, this is about intent definition. Should we maybe run the tests on the main first and see maybe it's not related to the changes here at all? Let's do that. So let's run the tests here. So they did pass. Okay, it's not related to it. It's actually related to the new changes that we made here. Now let's run them again to see the errors. Test interface task handler. It's also failing. Successfully updated strings is not equal to no input files found. Okay. Okay, we see the tests are failing here, and I have to investigate that more. But I'm going to again try to save time here by going through the so one approach, which basically is that I'm going to not work on this specific test failing issue right now, because actually I can't finish this myself anyways, and I have people who I need their help anyways before I can continue here. And in case they don't really provide the help, the time that I invest now to fix this test is going to be wasted because it's never going to be merged. So I'm just going to delay this fixing time to next week or some other time where I actually can continue and finish this off. So it's not obvious to fix, and that's the way I want to save time now here. Cool. Great, now we're more than half into the stream, so we're streaming already more than 2 hours, and I just want to take a quick break because I think there should always be some movement for your body, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. So see you there, and yeah, stay in the stream. See you there in a minute. Okay, I'm back, and let's continue. Great, so we were at open source and we merged all the pull requests to BartyCrouch, and we closed already some issues. We will not be able to close them all, but we can continue next week's. So let's have a look at the next ones. And this one, as I just described, we're going to skip for now. So next feature, let's refresh this also. So we have the priority here set. The next one requested, let's sort by, it's already sorted by uploads. Next one request is add BC ignore to code paths. So somebody requested a lot of custom project setups contain different targets and root folder, frameworks, external include subprojects, Git submodules, and so on. With this config, all of them are scanned, updates.code, and then the code path is just set to a dot. Instead of adding support for multiple paths like mentioned here, use multiple code path locations, I would prefer another approach, the git ignore way. If one would either add an empty BC ignore file to each folder that shouldn't be scanned, or add a BC ignore file at root level of paths to be ignored. So I had already answered this. Thank you, great idea. Uploaded at first, but then saw you uploaded yourself, so remove mine to balance your vote out. We'll consider this for the next major release at least. Good catch to use the name and same name as the existing BC ignore. It's intuitive to use it. So yeah, definitely an answer there. Note that I just commented on 155 that I think it's an important feature we should ship before the next major version. That doesn't mean though that we shouldn't add this feature as well, as they are not mutually exclusive. This was already at the start of 2020. They could be used both as the one is listing opt-in routes and this one is opt-out. I'm not sure if we should add files. We could also just add another option to exclude routes to keep things consistent, but that's a design choice we made when I'm implementing this. So this has 2 upvotes, which is one from themselves, which I mentioned here. So overall, this is kind of something that some people want. And it's definitely something that could improve things. It's just adding more options. It's definitely also an enhancement. It's not a huge bug. I would say priority wise, when we go into this, it's definitely not high, as not many. Like at first, it's not many people requested. And the second is it's not a big issue, because you can just still go the other way with whitelisting or with sorry, with allow listing. I still have to get used to the new terminology. And we have here, only a allow list right now. And basically they're asking for a deny list as well, but in a different form with this BC ignore. Actually, this might be easy to get done. We could just check the BC ignore file on every path, but it's a read each time, and also I think we are traversing the paths differently. Maybe we can detect all paths that have a BC ignore file in it, but this also needs some testing. So this is definitely priority wise. I'm also considering the amount of work we need to put into it, which is I think always important to do. But priority wise, I would go for medium here. I think it's useful. And there is no real workaround for this. You still have to add all the paths explicitly you wanna be traversed. And it can be, in some situations, the project structure might make this really a hassle, and I think it makes sense to add this, and this is medium priority, but I wouldn't work on this right away, as it's not like the biggest issue, and not many people, like no one else actually commented, only the original requester. So let's continue seeing if there's anything with high priority that we can right away start working on. What's the next one here? BartyCrouch. Oops, I didn't want to click on that because then I'm losing the sorting. So let's open it this way. BartyCrouch plus SwiftGen. Additive equals false. Option does not work. It appears that this issue may not be strictly a BartyCrouch bug, but rather a bug in the BartyCrouch, how BartyCrouch works alongside SwiftGen. After I experienced this additive bug, I tried using this library, which claims to do what this additive function is supposed to do. And I found out the abundant string script functions by scanning your project strings files and searches for the localized keys in your string. Okay, this is an updated project. There was an original post. Did I answer this already? Yeah. BartyCrouch actually currently doesn't detect the usage of keys in code itself. So I think the problem's solution required that we needed to check the usage of keys in code. Instead, we used the extract log strings. Please note that we are not making any claims about checking the usage of keys when additive is set to false. Thus, you're just expecting something from BartyCrouch that it never supported. The additive option is just documented as what it does when it's set to true, prevents cleaning up keys not found in code. So it just doesn't clean up, but it doesn't say that it makes sure that you're adding them. So this is a new feature request, not a bug. I'm changing the tag. Also, I don't see any easy way to add this feature, so it might never be added unless you have an idea how it could be done. My feeling is that an entirely different localization approach would be needed to get this working. Let's try to understand it again. I found out the abundant strings. SwiftGen, of course, generates a Swift file. The abandoned string script always returns a message indicating all source keys are in use, no abandoned string. So this is kind of a new feature, and ultimately I was able to achieve my goal and more by using periphery, which identifies unused code, including enums. And that I see that Jihad also contributes to that project, so thank you for that. Yeah, I didn't do much in periphery. I used it once, I tried to fix some issues, but it didn't work for me, so I'm not really using it regularly. But I'm also actually planning to reuse this again. But I think you did the exact right thing, because you're requesting basically to, or this person requested basically to have a feature in BartyCrouch that BartyCrouch never was meant to do, which is if the strings are actually being used or not. And while this is a nice feature to have, I think this is the exact way to solve it. If you're using BartyCrouch and SwiftGen together, then what you have, let me show that in code. So I have this prayer project where I have both set up. So I have the BartyCrouch.toml file here. And I also have, and this is, by the way, in case you didn't watch my last stream, this is an open source project. So if you just go to GitHub, let's go, and let's just go for prayer, flying soft prayer. There you go. This is the open source project, so you can check out the entire project here, and you can just look up these things. And the Swift gen file here. If you have these two set up, and I have an article on the BartyCrouch README how to do all this, And then what you can do is you can basically reference all the translations, and I can just search for L10N here to find them. So I can search, use all the translations directly from code. And then basically what SwiftGen does is it creates this enum. And the cool thing is, if you just use Periphery, which is another tool, also a great one. If you use this tool, and it has like all the documentation here, what it basically does is identifies unused code in Swift. So if you run this tool and it recognizes that some of these localizations are actually not used, so for example, you have this key and it's never being used, then you know you have an unused key. So that's how this person solved it, and I think that's also the right approach to do it, because I don't want to, or I can't include all the logic of a complex tool that we have here into like a smaller, very specific kind, purpose kind of tool like this. So I would say this is something that I never will fix probably in BartyCrouch, and that the actual fix is to use Periphery. So let me copy a link to Periphery. Revisiting this again in my stream, let's mention it, as we're still with just very few viewers and there's potential to grow, let's put it like this. Let's actually create a shortcut for this, because I'm going to use that link very often. I might mistype it sometimes. So let's just use this very simple feature of the system. Let's refresh, replace. How do we replace it? Twitch TV. No, let's just use TTV. I don't think I will use that anywhere else. And replace it if, oh, not that one, HTTPS twitch.tv/giat. I think that should work. Let's see if it works here. There we go, revisiting this again in my stream. I think the solution as found via, now let's link to SwiftGen and Periphery. SwiftGen and Periphery is exactly how I would also recommend this to be solved, and I doubt that even after investing a lot of time into such a feature, that it would work better than with the SwiftGen Periphery approach. So I would consider this feature request out of scope of this tool. Closing. Cool, is exactly where, and then I have to link to SwiftGen as well. Oh, it's not working anymore. Now it's working. SwiftGen. Close with comment. There we go. And Periphery really is a cool tool. Just don't remember why I didn't use, but I think it just didn't work in my case. But recently a friend of mine, who actually also is a viewer in this stream, told me that this is actually working for him after setting up some things. So he's really happy, and I have to try it out again. So we have done, let's refresh this page. And the next one, remove unused strings option. Sounds very similar. Key for locating some unused string is no longer used in codebase. I'd like to be removed from the strings file automatically. Yeah, if you're reporting idea, clean up keys. Thank you for that write-up and brainstorming. Okay, so we had some brainstorming here. Thank you for this idea. I would like to ask you if you want to command the option for one-off cleanups, or if you would prefer to have a continuous cleanup. Continuous cleanup would be great. Honestly, I'll take what I can get. Third idea, add something to the linter option. Okay. It will also allow us to improve. Okay. Thank you for the write-up and the brainstorming. I'm thinking about this again. I think as a first step, we should only work on an unused keys option for the linter. I think getting pointed to any keys that are not used anywhere and letting people clean those up manually is the safest option. Yeah, still going back to periphery topic that I just basically wrote the answer to this topic as well. I haven't looked at SwiftGen or Swift, but it sounds like you know where to go next. The one thing I give another thought on is the manual cleanup. I wouldn't mind cleaning up unused keys from the configured master strings files. If you use a normalized update, I think this is the, yeah, this is a very old one anyway. So I'm just going to point to my answer that I just gave on the other one that I just closed. Oh wait, this is not, how do I sort this? Least commented, recently updated. Revisiting this again after some time. I think this feature is out of scope of this project or this tool. A combination of other tools with Gen plus Periphery can do exactly what you're asking for. See also my comment here. Okay, I just had an idea. Maybe actually hearing this a couple of times, let's actually write this down into our random ideas, because basically what they're asking for is unused or find unused translation keys. Yeah, periphery plus SwiftGen. So there seems to be no clear guide maybe. Maybe search for a guide on how to get this done. If there's none, create a blog post yourself to document how to get this done. Related PRs to mention this on. And then we had just two PRs which were both related to this, which we should definitely inform in case we actually fix this or write a blog post how to fix it. So the people who are asking for this feature, or we're asking for them, they are informed and can use it. Next one, and I think we're not really having many upvotes anymore. Let's see how many upvotes this has. One. Okay, one upvote, I think, yeah, it's a different person. So let's continue going this route, this order. Option to revert modified interface strings. Let's see. We also have, I should check the age, but problem statement. Sometimes you need to update a string in an interface file that has already been translated. This necessitates updating the that string in all translations. However, interface strings are keyed to the object ID, so if the object itself doesn't change, then BartyCrouch only seems to update the comment, but leaves the actual localizations untouched. This requires developers to be extra careful in auditing the changes. Suggested solution: BartyCrouch seems able to detect that the string has changed in the base localization by the fact that it updates the title. It would be useful if there was a configuration option to also have it replace the localized string with the new base localization, so the localized string is likely now valid. This would make it easier for translators to see that the string needs to be retranslated. Example usage: you have a button titled delete in a nib with translations in multiple languages. You update the button in the nib to remove. Next time you run BartyCrouch update, all strings files are that nib for that nib get updated with title remove, replacing any previous translations for button ID title. Okay, I had already answered here, so I basically I remember this kind of, and basically I didn't really understand the use case, so I just asked again, and they're like, I basically said, thank you for this idea, but I do not understand how this is useful. For example, in your above example usage, you're updating the delete base translation to remove. Imagine the German translation was löschen before you made the change. I don't understand how it's any useful now to replace the German löschen with the English remove value. And he said comments are easy to overlook, partly by doing comments, by being comments, but mostly by being in the same language before and after the change. The reason for writing the string translations to be reverted is bigger error. So for it's easier to see. So they want basically it to look like an error when these are updated. So if you change the key or the base translation, which can be English, and then they want the German one to automatically update, so when the tester or whoever runs this app can see in the German version that there is an English text and see the issue. I personally don't see that as a huge improvement. It's just catching the issue from one place to another. But they say they'll also show up when you build and run the app, which means developers in QA can more easily find any change strings that haven't been updated. Okay, thank you for explaining that to me. It does make more sense to me now. So what you're asking for is only relevant if you use base translation, which is not used directly in the first place. And what you want as an option is something like override all translations with base value if base changes. This should be possible, and I would accept a PR that implements this and documents the new option in the README. Feel free to tackle it if you have time to do. To me, it currently seems like a very specific workflow that smaller companies don't need and most larger companies handle in a different way, e.g. by using a proper translation service where they mark a specific translation as needs review in such a situation. Therefore, I will not put any energy into this myself, but I will review any related PRs. Thanks. Unfortunately, I don't have time to implement it right now, but it's good to know that you're open to the functionality. Hopefully then I or someone else on my team has some more time, we can get it implemented in PR up. And I like that. I think this is pretty much, what I think still about this. And likewise, I'm going to make the priority relatively low from my point of view. But again, if there's a pull request coming in, I will happily review that. But we can go over that for now and go to the next one. To refresh. Next, possible to use default translation for new strings entries. I am using a transform. With this setup. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that later. Now, when I create new localized text like this, they just call BartyCrouch translate. Then this value only shows up in the English translation. Yeah, makes sense, but it is possible to make a default text to all other language or to use the base language like EN here for all languages. For QA, it's a bit strange if the text is empty and not something obviously wrong. Because if they test the app, then they just don't see a label, e.g., and think the screen is fine. But if there would be a default string like untranslated or just the English translation, e.g. in a Chinese app, then they would instantly see that something is buggy, not yet translated. Is there a way to set a default string when generating a new entry? Yeah, that seems like a simple feature to implement. Thank you for reporting this. I think there is no such feature at the moment. Please note though that adding the English text to other languages is dangerous for several reasons. Changing the empty string to a different string if there is no translation provided to make the text show up in translation actually makes sense. Such an option could be added. I won't have the time to work on this for quite a while though, but I would love to review a PR. If you would like to add such a feature yourself, please note though that there is a lint task which can check for empty values, and that you could run the BartyCrouch lint command on your CI to make sure that there are never any empty strings in your project. This is what a lint command was created for. Yeah, this is true. But this is not exactly the use case they described. Their use case was more about that the QA wants to catch also that there is an empty string, and currently it's just going to be an empty place. Like if there's a button, the button is not going to have any label, and you might not see anything if the button doesn't have like corners and things like that. So I think this makes a lot of sense, and it's actually something that I think is also very useful to more than just them. So at least I would say this is medium. not high maybe, because for high I think I just have high standards also, because it has to be something that really is breaking things, or a really large improvement, or allowing entirely new ways to use things. But I think it's definitely medium, and it's also small kind of fix. So I would say also that this is good first issue. And do I have? I think I could also go for a new label, which we could call something that summarizes that this is easy to do. Easy is not maybe the right. Let's call it low-hanging fruit. So easy to implement. Probably. Let's always put probably, because you never know how easy it is actually to implement. Probably easy to implement. Let's create that, and let's use it for this specific one, so I can actually focus on low-hanging fruits first before I work on other things. So labels here, low-hanging fruit, there we go. Marked as a low-hanging fruit, and this is really, I think, not hard to do. We just need to add a new option and make sure that when we have empty strings, that we just add some whatever the option is providing there. And the default might actually be just an empty string here, so it's always using that value. Cool. Let's go to next. Add integration with Jenkins Ci. That's interesting. Jenkins plugin warnings. NG can read check style reports about found issues. Is it possible to add such reporting formats to BartyCrouch to get reports integrated in Jenkins Ci build results? This format is used, for example, in Swift project. Ah, I see. That's interesting. Thanks for the suggestion. Could you please link to the documentation? And yeah, I tried to find it out. I do have almost any knowledge about this. But I have found that SwiftLint uses checkstyle report format, which is parsable via this plugin without much problems. I've just rewritten this reporter and added an IB linter, and SwiftLint uses -- reporter. Sorry for getting back to you so late. I think different output format can be implemented quite easily. Just add a new option, like we already have the -x option for Xcode compatible output. Then add a case in this enum and implement the output file parser. I'd love to review and merge a PR adding this feature. Thanks for feedback. I will look at it. Cannot tell you the time frame now, unfortunately. So, okay, one other person has actually liked this. And I can understand Jenkins CI integration, or in general, adding more output formats, I think is something that could be easy enough to do. And this is definitely enhancement. I would say this is not really a low priority, because it's something that is like, it's the main feature of BartyCrouch to lint also your translations. And it's not very high because it's not blocking anyone, but maybe it's okay. It's blocking them maybe to use that feature. So this is maybe high for them. That's why I think overall this is definitely at least medium. And it's also easy enough to make. So we could actually, it could be in the low hanging fruit. It really depends on the output format. So let's maybe check that out. I also already outlined the feature. Yeah, we have already output format target, so we would just add a new target, which could be whatever format Jenkins is accepting. IB internal user reporter. And here you have example XML from IB linter exported error. So let's have a look at this. Oh, I don't have atom below. Let me add the atom icon here somewhere, so we can drag and drop in the future. Okay, so check style version error. Okay, we do have to output XML. Severity is supported, and otherwise it's just a message and a file path. I think this is quite easy to add. It's check style. Check style. XML. I remember check style from Java development at university, where we had to comply our Java code to check style, which was like a tool that was checking for code conventions and things like that. I'm not sure if this is the thing, but I think it's clear to me now with the example. This is really useful, and I think this is a low-hanging fruit, low enough. So let's put medium and low-hanging fruit, so we prioritize higher when we get to the implementation part. I might not be going through everything here today. Let's see what time we have. So we have about an hour left in the stream, and I want to do of course some development here as well, not just reading through things. Restrict code default. I mean, we didn't just read through things, we actually had a look at 2 pull requests, so we did have a look at some code, but I also want to write my own code. So maybe let's just try to find something that is definitely high enough priority that we just want to work on. So let's just go by titles. Restrict code default to development language. Using custom function, machine translation not working. I think this is working by now. Nothing works if any of the project support is named docs. Oh yeah, this is, I think, fixed or part of the new feature we just implemented. We could just mention this. Has he found the change? Okay, completely breaks all functionality if you... okay, basically they found the exact place that broke this, and I just asked them to, because they found where this is fixed, to make the adjustments, but we have it now. Thanks to, let's go to the commits. We fixed this, and this is don't ignore explicitly mentioned folders. This is exactly the thing. And I think it's not only explicitly mentioned folders, it's basically all parent folder path parts. Is it? Oh, it's actually, okay, this might not be fixed. We might need to have a look at this again. This might not be fixed by that. Nothing works if support ignore text crashes while calling as regular expression. Would you like to add optional parameters? Let's go by the latest ones, maybe. Newest. Because those are the ones that people are still struggling with. Explicit folders on the code path argument shouldn't be ignored later. I think this is exactly what we just had a look at, which is related to the pull request. And it should actually be closed now. Yeah, this is just what we just had a look at. This is the commits here. And it's the commit don't ignore. And this one we fixed here. So fixed. Yeah. And of course their pull request that we just merged today, which is this one here. So shout out to Benjamin Erhardt. Thank you very much for fixing this. And I'm closing. Cool. Of course we have to make a release, which I will do as soon as we have like some things collected that we can that makes sense to make a release of BartyCrouch. But for now, this definitely is fixed. So let's just go to the next one. Option to revert modified interface string translations to base. Already prioritized as low. BartyCrouch translate generates invalid SwiftGen structure enum if strings directory contains multiple files. Yeah, I think I commented this already. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that was kind of helpful already. I will skip it for today. Nothing works if any of the project that we already read. define a Marco or function, meet the error is not a literal string. Argument is not a literal string. I think this is about custom function names. So I see new viewers have joined, so if you have any questions, let me just repeat this. Feel free to ask me anything about Swift or iOS development. So I'm just doing my work here, which is open source work right now, and I'm working on my tool BartyCrouch, which is a translation helper kind of tool for developers in the iOS world. And I'm just trying to maintain the issues here to get them down. We were at 42 at the beginning, now we're at 49, and we had 2 pull requests open, now we have just 1 open. And yeah, I'm trying to also prioritize and progress so next time I can get more done. And this is the next one, define a macro that it's about like custom naming and structures. And I'm currently trying to find a smaller kind of task, a smaller kind of issue that I can fix right away and get coding. I don't see any here. I remember something that was also mentioned by a friend related to info plist, that they are not getting translated. So maybe we can have a look at that. Somebody says they're getting wiped. And I think there was a comment here lately. Okay, so the basic issue here was that the info plist files were getting wiped, so all the contents were removed. This is interesting. And we closed it as part of a pull request. Ignore. Okay, that was the problem. So there was an issue there, and we fixed it by just ignoring all info plist strings files. And this is now in the code. If I go to the BartyCrouch project, we just open it in Xcode. We have somewhere those strings that we already saw before, where we mentioned things like pods, which is here in the cold file search, and we are ignoring all directories that have git, carfetch, pods, build, or docs in it. And this seems to be a problem for a couple of people, and we want to definitely make sure that we don't do this or make this configurable. Maybe I think that's something that's going to solve multiple problems at once. So ignore plist string file. Searching just created a problem. And this is the related issue. Is there anything else related to info plist? Info. Able to run. Custom function. Work. List. Okay, this is the only issue related to that. There's a couple of close ones though. Localizing info plist. Unused strings are removed from. Okay. Localizing hello. Is it possible to use in order to localize? Basically, I explain here that it should be already possible. But they were asking for something else, so let me have a look again. You mean you are localizing your info plist using base localization under your... Well, to be honest, until now I had not added any string extraction feature. You probably wouldn't want to translate all values though. Yes, I'm in fact using info plist strings file under my localizations. You are right that there are not a lot of strings to localize and they do not change very often. However, I would much likely appreciate such a tool that makes everything is up to date. I'm all okay with this feature, but since it doesn't solve a big problem, well, also not that there are many apps that are doing this. This is not, I'm not sure if I understood this question correctly back then. It was also 2017, it was quite old back then. And I'm sure that we are now ignoring the info plist somehow. So let me find that place actually. Where are we ignoring the info plist? Info. There we go. we're explicitly, there's a deny list, we're explicitly ignoring the info plist strings file, which in my opinion is not really necessary. And if we don't do it, actually this person could just specify the path and it should just work. Maybe back then this feature was not supported, but this is definitely related, and this is also probably real. But let's understand this issue again. Hey, I have just localized my info plist file, which requires creating a strings file called yes, clicking yeah. Localize works correctly. Note that the key does not have quote markers around it. Oh, if you run the BartyCrouch script as part of your this is why it gets wiped. But I think, if I remember correctly, these info plist strings files are not different from the other ones, and you can just use quote marks around it as well, isn't it? Info plist. Let's just be sure. Let's just create one and look it up. Let's open a project again. Now we have here as an example project. Do we have an info plist here? We do, but it's not localized. If we localize it, I think nothing will happen really. Well, let's do it anyways. Oh, this is the UI test one. I'm gonna go to the app, supporting files, info plist, localize. Let's do base localization, add 3 languages, and see what happens now. So we have the sources, supporting files, info plist. It just copies those files. Okay, this is I think not the approach that we're looking forward to. So info plist, strings. Is there like, yeah, here we go. There's like a guide how to do that. And they just add the info plist strings. Okay, there's some examples for the keys. That's not very useful for us here. Let's find one that makes just clear if the info plist keys. Yeah, here we go. So the keys can be just having the things around them. So I will just answer this question while it's quite long ago. This one here. Just had a quick look at the repo, and it looks like at some point perhaps an attempt was made to handle the situation. See here. Although we declare reference to the file as we should be avoiding it, it doesn't seem to actually be used anywhere. Thanks for reporting it in a project like ours. Yeah, I think we all missed the part with the missing, when we discussed here, with the missing quotes around it. Okay. Revisiting this topic again in my Friday open source live stream. So we're revisiting this topic again, and I found I just have the yeah, I'm just guessing. I'm guessing based, I think, let's put it like that, I think things have gone quite wrong here while trying to fix the original poster's request. So what they had said is this here. Let's quote the whole thing here. What they had said is this. Let's put it into quotes. There we go. Put them as code. So hey, I have suggested which requires a string, clicking the localizer, then filling a strings according. Okay, it's not that part. Localization works for. Note that this is the part that's really relevant. So let's go with that. Note that the key does not have quote marks around it. This is the important part. So the actual issue, I'm guessing now, was that the key didn't have quote marks around it. Which probably caused BartyCrouch to not the regexes, which caused BartyCrouch's regexes to not recognize them as keys. That's probably why these keys were wiped. But actually, the actual fix probably would have been to just add quote marks around the key. Like this. So let's get their code. And this would have been the solution, just adding the quote marks here on the key. Then nothing should have been wiped. And then we fixed it somehow in a pull request, or fixed it here. But because I missed that part back then, where's the new, there we go, then, and misunderstood some things, I actually excluded the info plist file from from translated strings files in this PR. Well, that was totally unnecessary and is now causing multiple other people to actually, other people have added commits to these things, so maybe it does actually fix an issue for them. I'm also having this issue. I think this occurs when adding a new localized files as described in the post. BartyCrouch was working great, but now I've added 2 more localizable blah strings files and they are wiped out when I run BartyCrouch. Really need a way to ignore these files, but I doubt BartyCrouch should be wiping files like this. I don't remember wiping anything. Any workarounds? I tried brew and mint, got a copy paste info plist. These are also kind of old. This one is not very old. But we will have a look at this anyways. But that was totally unnecessary, and now it is now causing multiple other people to report that info plist info, I think the right name is info plist strings files are now being updated by BartyCrouch, as in English language keys being added to other languages automatically. So I will have a look into this issue and keep you updated. I hope to fix. So I think. Gorham Baba, welcome to the stream. Hello Jihad. I think you clicked return a little too early. Well, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are things going? So I think the best way to deal with this is to make the now fixed ignoring of the info plist strings file a configuration option so that everyone who doesn't want these files to be updated by BartyCrouch to exclude them, and those who want to continue to specify, to just keep that option empty, so every strings file gets translated or updated. I'll be working on this. I'll be keeping you updated. So this is the one thing that we're going to work on now. Let's comment and let's make this our current work. Future leaning eye. Future leaning eye? Sorry, I don't quite understand. Hello Jihad, in the future leaning eye. You can write in German or in Turkish. That's actually totally fine in case you speak those languages. If English is not your mother language. Du kannst auch Deutsch sprechen oder einfach Türkisch sprechen. Türkçe de konuşabilirsin. I will just translate. Ben einfach ben dil çevirmeyi yaparım. No need to write in English. If I can understand you in other languages, I will just translate for everybody. So we have here random ideas. We have the open focus timer, open source to-dos. So we have our to-do list here, and I would say next time definitely we want to work on this specific feature or issue. Now let's actually give it a name. I don't want to connect. Let's actually give it a name. Let's call it make all fixed strings in BartyCrouch, including the pox path things and things like that, because we also saw that people reported issues with that as well. Make all fixed strings in BartyCrouch configurable. This way I think this is the most flexible approach and gives everyone the option to fix the issue for themselves, and instead of adding new features over time to BartyCrouch, I will just give the users the possibility to fix it for themselves by just changing the configuration. Okay, so that's the thing we will just start working now. We will probably not finish this up, but let's get coding. So I'm going to check out the main branch again. Let me just create a new branch. And actually, I'm going to set up Git flow here. So if you don't know Git flow, basically, let me share this quickly. Git flow, there's a good cheat sheet here as well. But this is the original post. So it's just a post by Vincent Driesen, who basically, and he has now a note of reflection and thinking that this is not the best approach, but it's definitely still a very good approach where the how to work with branches in Git is explained in a very simple way that also specifically works very nicely for apps that you continuously update, or also websites, I think. And you basically have a main branch, which is the master branch. That's what it's called here. It's today it's called a main branch. Then you have a branch you work on. I like to call it a work branch or something. Or this actually, I call this a versions branch, because as you can see, you only have version commits here. So I typically call this a versions branch. And then I do most of the work in the main branch. I'm not really working directly on it all the time, but this is the place where all the work is merged into. And then we have feature branches that we do the actual work on, so we don't meddle with the main branch if something could break while we're developing. And that's something that that is supported by many Git graphical user interface tools like Git Fork here, and it actually has a button for it, so I can just go to Git flow and say initialize, and this will also ask me how I want to call my branches. And we also already see that there is a versions branch here already. So versions is our production branch, main is this one. I like to call the feature branches work in progress branches, because that's what they are for me. And now we just initialize Git flow. Now we can just say start a feature, and it will put the VIP in front of it. So I can just say what I'm working on. And this is going to be static options. I will just call static options because everything that's static, I want to make them options or static to options. Let's start working on that feature. Let's open BartyCrouch. So we are in a project now, and let's get into the places where we want to add this feature. So this is the entry point of the app, doesn't do much. BartyCrouch kit is where all the code is inside. And here's the commands that we have. And what we want to do is basically, we want to first find all the static things so we know what to remove and what to make option configurable. And then we want to add to the commands here a new options that allow to, okay, this is not the real command, but that allow to provide these things, and this are all mentioned in the configuration, I think. So here are the different options, like update options. We have, for example, already option for transform and things like that, and these are even more detailed, like code options, where you can specify the code paths and things like that. And we want to add a new option here. Well, let's first collect all the different static strings that we have in the project. So we already know that there is something with the info plist. So this is the first one. And how can we get a summary of this? Do we have warnings here? No. Okay, then I will just add a warning here, so we know where we found it. So this is the info plist static string. And if we build now, we should see it as a warning. There we go. So we found this one. Then we have the pods one, which is mentioned here. There we go. This is the pods one. Let's add a warning here too. Couple of paths or directories there's to ignore, like pods. Cool. Now let's try to find even more. So we can see that we're using static let always when we do these things in some way. So let's see what else we have. So the BartyCrouch toml name is actually set. We're configuring this. It is happening in the configuration file itself. So if we make this configurable, it's not going to work because this is the configuration file itself, and you can't reference itself and rename itself. Or at least it's hard to do, and I think this name is also fine. It also communicates to other developers directly that they're using BartyCrouch in this project, and they will directly know what they need to do if they know BartyCrouch. This is the next one. Info plist, we found it also by just searching for private. There we go. We also have these, so we could make these configurable as well. So let's just add warning here. Oh, that's a default ignore key, so maybe we already have that option. I will have to check that. So ignore keys for IB files, interface builder files. Okay. Next we have this here. These are all part of the other play. This is in the tests. This is in the options itself. Those are the flags. Source code extensions. So these are the source code extensions. Making this configurable also doesn't make much sense because I think this is already the full list of all files where we can search and find, and it's localized strings mentions. So no need to extract those. Oh, we still have outcommented code in this project, which is something we should clean up soonish. I think that was like the BartyCrouch 3 to BartyCrouch 4 migration, where I didn't want to remove all the things that I wasn't sure if we can already remove them. Untouched demo, that's for tests. Okay, I think that's actually all the ones that we have in the project. So let's just try to extract them all. I think we messed up something here. Warning. Okay. So let's check first on the interface builder, because this is called default ignore keys. I have the feeling that there's also custom ignore keys somehow. Let's see if that's the case. Let's see how they're used. Ignore base keys and comment. Ignores. Yes, this looks like this at least has the possibility to adjust them. The question is, do we have this option? So we are in the, oh, this is very long here. What is that? We are in the strings file updater already. So the question is, where does this get called? Let's check that. So we're calling it here, and we're not specifying the ignore base keys and comment. We're not overriding that at all, in this case at least. Here also we're not doing it. So it looks like it's currently not configured, but it was developed in a way where it can be made configurable easily. This is nice. So let's go into the different places where this makes sense. So let's make them configurable in the update command. Do we need it in the code options? Yes. Interface options. Here it's about the ignore. Oh, we don't need it here. We just need it here mostly. Ignore empty strings. Unstrip. So we're basically adding a new option. Let me add 4 here again. Can we make this for the whole project? No. Okay, never mind. How was it called? Ignore base keys and comments. Default ignore keys. So they're somehow called ignore keys. Custom ignore keys. We could just add custom ignore keys. Okay, let's just go there in by myself. So custom ignore keys. Custom ignore keys. It's a list. It's a string list, and it should have a default. The question is, how can we specify defaults? Here, can I just set up one? It's toml codable, I see. And defaults are set which way? Paths. Okay, if we don't have custom ignore keys, it is going to be the default anyway, so we just specify like that. If it's not provided, we just don't do anything. So custom ignore keys, interface options, creating updates, interfaces, interface options path, unstrip, custom ignore keys, toml, and in this case we will have strings, a string list. We have the same in paths, but we're using something specific here. File paths, update, singular key path, plural key paths. Okay, this is something specific. How can we get a list in toml? Do we have something like a list? No. Toml, the toml, there we go. See if we have an option for a list of strings. Array. We have array. Yeah, I think array is what we need. Array. Update interface is default to base. This is like, okay, I don't remember how this was working. So they accept the update, which is just a string. And okay, it's just for reusing. I was just confused by that. Why are they always repeated? because it's a hierarchy. So under update, under interfaces, that makes sense. So we will also be there under update, under interfaces. We want to have something called custom ignore keys. Just copy it. And we want the default value to be whatever we had before, and that's exactly the warning where we have placed it. It's the default ignore keys here. We want to extract them and put them somewhere else. And do we have something, a constants here? Not really. Then I'll just keep it here. How to do it? Let's just introduce constants. Commands and global options. Let's just add constants. So in enum, constants. Enum is the best type to have all static variables because it doesn't have much overhead like classes have, and I think even less than structs. So we just want to add it here. Does it have to be public? Probably not. Let's try without first. Static let default ignore keys. Makes sense. And then we still have the same ones here. So let's document also what this is about. These keys can be placed in the comment for localizer in interface builder files to signal that they should be ignored from strings files, from adding to strings files. So what this is all about, it's explained in the blog post in BartyCrouch that I have wrote also, but basically to summarize, it gives you the option to have some texts in interface builder files, like a button title or something like that. Not button title or something like that, but you want to state this specific one I don't want to translate for whatever reason. And the reason mostly is going to be because you're going to want to calculate the value in code. So for example, you can have a button title that could be something like add 5 coins in your interface builder, but actually add 5 coins is going to be incorrect for many users, and it might be depending on whatever the user has selected before in a different screen, and then you might want to update it to add 100 coins or something like that. But you still have to add some text in the interface builder to just have like a sample placeholder text. And in that case, if you're having just a translatable thing in the interface builder for placeholder purposes, it's going to be placed actually in your strings files if you don't ignore them somehow. And this is how you can ignore them. You just mention this in the comment for localizer field then. So BartyCrouch ignores it, and these are the default commands, and now we're making them configurable. So this is the first thing we extracted, and let's use it here. Constants dot default ignore keys, and users can specify custom ignore keys. We could also just call it ignore keys and default to them. Yeah, let's just call it ignore keys. I think that makes even more sense. Ignore keys. And it might make sense to the because we have a default toml file generator, makes sense to add this new field to the toml file with these default keys that we have here too. So users continue to have the same experience in future versions when they just initialize. So the toml file generator, I think it's the init command, right? We have the init command here, and in here we're just calling init task handler perform, which creates a default config file, and the default config file creator is working configuration configurl. If the file doesn't exist, make default. Make default is here. Make toml with string, or this is an empty string. make toml, update options, okay, we have actually here maker for different places. So for update options, we have maker, which makes the default. Then we have in here where we're at the interfaces. This has also its own maker. Okay, I see. So this makes and that's actually what we're doing right now. So this is already doing it, putting it into the defaults. I see. So we're making it with no options. That's interesting solution here. I forgot how I implemented this. It was a few years ago, which also shows how important it is to make sure that your code is easy to understand and documented in the best case as well. And this is a trick basically to make it even simpler, and here we're going to have to add it as well. So let's append the new option called ignore keys. Oops. Well, let's copy and paste. I don't want to have any typos here, so copy and paste this. Equals, and then we're gonna have like the paths, which is a string array. We're gonna have this here. Okay, this should add it to the defaults. This should make sure it's being read from the options. And now we just have to pass it through, I think. So we have the update options. And we have the update command, which has the interfaces handler, which gets past the interfaces options. So we have the options in here, and then we perform it. And while performing it, we have to basically read it from the options. So the question is, do we have act on interfaces? Do we have that option? And strip? No, we don't have it. So let's add it here too. Was it ignore keys? Ignore keys. It's an array of string. And then in here, we have the call to incremental interface update, which also doesn't have the ignore keys. So we need to add it here as well. And we have to pass it here. And likewise, we have to pass it here as well. Options.ignore keys. So it's added here too now. And the question is, how are we calling these things here? String fields updater, incrementally update. I think it's the string search. Is it the updater? Incrementally update keys. Default ignore keys. There you go. So we have them here. We have deleted them. So we can delete all this code. And we also don't default it anymore to anything, which should make this fail. Rebuild. Exactly, this is failing now. And right after add new values is empty, we should have the ignore base keys and comment. And we just pass our ignore keys here. Let's build again. Still failing because it seems like it's being used elsewhere as well. Like in the command line actor here. Add new keys. Same thing here. We're passing the ignore keys. We're still in the method, right? No, it's a different method. Incremental code update. Ah, okay. So we have ignore keys for code updates as well. It does make sense to do it in some cases, so we have to add them here as well. Let's add it here too. Ignore keys. And we can forward it here. Ignore keys. And this will make other places fail, such as this one here, which needs ignore keys. Ignore keys. Let's build again. Makes this here fail. And here we need to call ignore keys. And then we need options.ignore keys, but we don't have it yet because we have not adjusted the code options. So let's go and do that. And we can actually copy a lot from the interface options because it's basically the same thing. This looks alright, but it's code, of course, in this case. And same thing here as well. Looks alright to me. Now we can reference the ignore keys here. Let's build first. Options.ignore. It should actually be there. Oh, okay. Code options, yeah, we have to add them here too. Ignore keys, string array. Now it should be building. There we go. By doing these changes, we have actually now added the new command line option, the new option in the configuration file to specify custom ignore keys. And we are using the default ones like we did before, but in case user does BartyCrouch init, it should actually create with a new ignore keys. And let's test that out before we continue, and just make sure that we commit this first. So got this new file on stage. So what did we change? We added ignore keys here, makes sense. We added it here, makes sense. We added it here as an option and passed it along. Makes sense. Then we have this empty new file. It's just called file, so we have an issue there. It shouldn't be called file. It should be called constants. Much better. And let's also document the constants itself. All constants needed in BartyCrouch K are collected in one place, and where it isn't collected yet, it should be. But that's the purpose of this file. String file search. We just add a warning here, which I think we might need to commit because we might not have enough time to complete it, and then next time this will be a reminder. So info PL static string. Let's improve that though if we're committing it, because I don't want to have some non-proper English in the commit history. So info PL static string needs to be made a configuration option, or turned into a configuration option. And we'll probably have the same issue elsewhere. This is currently only the default ignore keys. Couple of theirs, yeah, this is basically the other place. So a couple of ignored directories need to be turned into a configuration option. Okay, we have documented this for next time. Ignore keys looks nice. Ignore keys, this looks all right. So what we have done is we have added or made the ignore keys for the translator comment field configurable via ignore keys. It's a little too long, you can see -3, so I should remove 3. How can we make this shorter? Made is wrong. Make or shorten. Let's just use shorten. Configurable. Make the ignore keys for translator comment. There you go. And this is related to, okay, we don't have a specific request for this, or at least we didn't look for it. Maybe there is. So ignore. Is there a request? How to work multiple string files, XR things, localize info, PC ignore, support ignore text for the translator. Maybe related to this. I don't think so. I don't think we have a specific request for this, but this is definitely part of a larger thing that we're currently working on. And this one command is now done, and I can actually also push this. So we could already open the pull request just to see if the CI is passing. And what we're trying to do here in this pull request is make all fixed static strings in project configurable. And this is supposed to fix this issue. There we go, so many open tabs. Do you have that also sometimes, too many open tabs? Maybe some people can relate to that. Localizing info plist, not directly related. Ignore when searching this is related, but the real issue is this one, so mentioning that should be fine. And I will add more details to this pull request, but let's just see if the CI is passing. So creating this already. And there you go, GitHub is starting to run the CI. And while it's doing that, let's see, we still have a couple minutes left, so let's try to continue extracting things that were strict paths before. And this is the next thing that I can see here, so let's continue with that. So we have directories we're completely ignoring if we find them, and the easiest thing to make is just to make them configurable, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So let's move them to the constants file again. And also let's comment what they are for. Paths to be ignored while searching for code files. For code files to consider. Is it for extracting strings only? Is it also for strings files? Not in strings file search, right? Yeah, strings file search is only ignoring info plist. This one is ignoring code files. Okay. Paths to be ignored while searching for code files. Consider for as sources for new keys. Add it. New translation keys to the project. Okay, so many directories, and we should also document that they should all be lowercase. All should be lowercase. So when we're using them, we can like make incant. It doesn't matter if we're making incant in case insensitive search. So yeah, let's just remove it. Git cartridge pods build and docs. Those were in there. Now things should fail because we have now removed this thing here. Not this one. This one here. So this is now missing. And also we don't want to reference it from the constants directly. Instead we want to add it as an option. And this is the code file search. I'm assuming it's definitely going to be used by the code options. So let's add an option here to make this explicit. And we're going to call it, so it's directories to ignore. Ignore directories, ignore keys. So these keys are not the ignore keys, it's keys for ignoring translations. So this is ignore keys. But now we're trying to ignore directories to ignore, I would say. Directories or dirs to ignore. Is that clear enough? Directories to ignore. Paths to ignore. We're using always code paths. I think we should call it something with paths. And thinking about this, code paths is basically like an allow list. It's like a list of paths that you want to allow. This is something like a deny list then. Paths to ignore. Ignore paths. Ignore paths. I'll call it ignore paths. Maybe we should put it right below code paths. Ignore paths locally, yeah, kind of makes sense. So we have code paths and ignore paths. Ignore subpaths. We just merged in this stream. We just merged a pull request by a open source contributor who basically made it possible that, or made sure that if we provide a path here and it contains a subpath which is in the ignored paths, that it will still continue searching in that. So it will still work. So basically, this ignore paths list is superseded by the code paths. This is always the one that wins, so to say. So if a path is mentioned, let's put it as an example. So if I have a path to something, and in the code paths, I mention like path to as one of the paths to search for, and in the ignore paths, we have something. Then in this case, the ignore path will win because this doesn't explicitly state that the something should be searched through. It just says like everything here should be searched through, but then the ignore paths basically specifies the subpaths to ignore. So this is the code paths and this is the subpaths to ignore. I think this is the easiest way to understand what this actually does. Subpaths to ignore of those code paths. Yeah, I think that should be easy enough to understand, and also for myself this will make it very clear. Subpaths to ignore. Now we have to add it, so we have it as a default, and we have it also when someone initializes the project. For initialization, I'm just going to add lines here. Let's make these 4 as well because this is an older project. Append. I'm going to call subpaths to ignore, and then we will pass the which ones do we want to pass? Of course, the ones specified here. We might have done it wrong on the interface options. Yeah, we're like calling for defaults here. Is it what we want? Not necessarily. I think this is incorrect. I think we need to reference the ignore keys here. And when we make a toml, we will use the default keys, and then we will make that to toml contents. I think, yeah, this is the fix. I think we just fixed the bug that never caused an issue because we didn't release a new version with this yet. Good that I saw that coming. So subpaths to ignore is now appended here. So we're printing it when we're printing to the to a configuration file while we're initting. And now next we want to have subpaths to ignore is toml, and then in the toml configuration files, this is going to be exactly the same thing as the toml file path thing. So I will just go for the same thing. Update code singular key is subpath to ignore, and this is subpaths to ignore. We don't really need this because this was only implemented because it was called subpath before and it was later renamed to code paths. So we could actually just go with an array here. But I think it's more consistent to support both. And it defaults to dot in case. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do this because then it will, yeah, maybe we should just stick with normal array and then just subpaths to ignore. Otherwise we might have side effects that we don't expect to happen. This way it is same as ignore keys, and then we can default to, and this is the thing now, there's to ignore, and we can actually call these subpaths to ignore. So subpaths to ignore, default subpaths to ignore. Default subpaths to ignore. There we go. This is an array of strings. Update code. Looks good to me. Let's build, and it should fail. So we find the places. Oh, it's even failing here. Set of string. Oh, this is a set of string. Okay, let's just turn it into an array. Let's build again. Now it should still fail because in several places we have not we have removed this this reference here, and now we want to pass it through the options into this place. Self-dirs to ignore. So we will reference this from the options, but the options are not reachable right here. So this is being called from somewhere, right? Let's see where it's getting called from. It's getting called from here, and here we have to pass it along. Do we have access to it here? No, we don't. So we still don't have access to it, but we have to pass it along there. So let's actually specify that we need to have the ignore subpaths here. Now subpaths to ignore. Subpaths to ignore. Let me actually copy that name so no typos. Subpaths to ignore. It's a string array. And then it's just the subpaths to ignore that we need to check if it contains the component in lowercase. Actually, what happens if a user enters a path with multiple component places there? I think then we will have a problem. So I think we have to set together after subtracting. This is set even. URL path components. They're probably doing it because okay, what's a set? Changes the order. The problem with a set is it can change order. I could turn it into an array and set it back together before checking if it contains. I could also just make it contains with string comparison. Subpath to ignore. So let's make an example here. Okay, we have a ignore path that is just pods, and we can have one that is something like everything that is hello/world, and then we can have a path which is ABC pods /def hello world /g, something like that. If we make a set comparison, then obviously we'll find pods because it's splitting this by the slashes. That's what path components does. But then we split also, and then we split, and there is never going to be anything with a slash inside. So if user provides a path that consists of multiple path components, then this will not work. So let's adjust this code. Their goal here was to remove the part, so just to keep the part after the base path components. If there was, we could just use string replacement here. Could we? So the goal is we want to remove the parent directory. We just want to check the relative path to the URL, to the base directory path. Okay, for that I would need to write tests actually to make sure that this is working properly. Subpaths to ignore contains component the lowercase. So this is a new feature that was just added in the other pull request that we merged today. And I don't want to break this right away. So I think I actually need to write tests for this just to make sure it works properly. So let's add a warning here, because we'll probably not do this today. Write tests to make sure this works even when user provides ignore path hello/world. I will not commit this, but for now we will keep it, but we will make sure that we fix it, because I think there's a problem definitely with this case. But let's assume that the user will never provide the path like this. In that case, how can we continue from here? So we need this subpath to ignore, and if it contains, this should work. And yeah, now let's build, because we have changed the method name. It should actually fail in where it's getting referenced. Oh, it's not returning. Now we need to return because of the warning. There we go. So this needs now the new parameter as well, which is subpaths to ignore. Do we have access to it? No, we don't. So we need to add it here too. Subpaths. Let's use the copied name. Now this should build, and now we will have other places failing. This is the same file. No, we need to add it here too. Let's continue. This is failing. Oh, file searchable. Is this something where I define a method? Yeah. Okay, so this is defining. Let's make it a little more readable. Defining the method that we implement below, and we of course have to add it here too. Cool. Now this is going to continue. Subpaths to ignore, right? Yeah. And let's add it here too. Deny listed string file names. Do we have another? Ah, this is the next thing we're going to work on. But let's fix this here first. And then we have to close up anyways. So just a couple of minutes left. I will just try to make this option work, and then we're going to summarize what we did. Subpaths to ignore is provided here now. It needs to be provided here too. No. Let's build again. I don't know why the auto completion didn't work, but definitely this worked. And now let's add subpaths to ignore here too. Okay, maybe I should actually make this project indent just by 2. Oh, let me actually write it down. So we have one more to do here. I re-indent whole project 2 white spaces. I didn't do it before. I wanted to. I didn't want to break the pull requests that were already open, so I kept it the way it was before. Subpaths to ignore. To ignore. Subpaths to ignore. We have to pass it here too. So one might think this is a bad thing actually, that we're passing all these things along, but it actually makes everything much more testable. So it's actually not a bad thing in my opinion, to have to write a lot of repetition here. And there can be other ways to fix this. In a more structural way. but not a topic for today. Okay, we're getting more and more places where we have to add it. It's actually quite new, so it was quite deep. Past ignore string. It was quite deep in the code base. But we see we're getting closer to the options. We can see that we have now already a transform option that needs the same thing. Do we have code paths here? Yeah, we do. So we need to add it to all the options. So we might not actually finish this off today, but let me add it to the other places as well. So we will need any transform options as well. And do we have other code paths? No code paths here. This is paths. Not sure if it's the same thing. It's also paths. So I will stay with these two. And let's get these things going here too. On the transform options, going with the same defaults. Looks correct. Just this should be transform. And then going back to code options. Copying the subpaths to ignore here into the transform options. There we go. And this will make even more things break. Subpaths to ignore is not here yet. But we have this in the options now. Paths to ignore. There we go, we're getting closer. Still a lot to do, but we're getting closer. Perform. Actually, this is in the options. This is also task handler. So options, paths to ignore. Paths to ignore. Are we still in the actor? No, we don't have options, so we have to again add one more reference. Act on code. Paths, subpaths to ignore. Within subpaths to ignore. And this also needs the new, but this is acting on interfaces. I think we don't need to pass this along. Yeah, this is find all IB files. Why do we need subpaths to ignore in find all IB files? It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be here. Something went wrong there. Or did it? Maybe it does make sense. But then we have to provide this option for interfaces as well. Okay. So we're going to interface options, subpaths to ignore. But this is getting becoming a huge change, and actually, yeah, I think I will remember what we were doing here, and I will also have to write it down. So this is the place where we will stop. Let me just kind of finish this one thing up, which is adding these here to the interface as well, as I might forget next time otherwise. This is interfaces. And last but not least, lines appending here as well in the interface options, paths. So we will have subpaths to ignore everywhere, basically in all the different settings, and this will make even more things fail, but we will keep it as is right now. And let's just go through the changes we've made so far. So this is definitely something we want to fix. Let's go there quickly. code file in handler line 17. Line 17. There we go. This looks better. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good as well. This has an indentation problem, line 19. Looks good now as well. File searchable. Well, it's not that bad. I mean, still indentation problems here, but I think I can deal with those. And everything else, I think we can actually commit write test to make sure, yeah. It's a reminder. This looks nice as well. Okay, this is all acceptable. It's not finished. Let's make sure that it's clear that it's unfinished. But I will push it anyways, just to make sure that we have it stored and saved. And we can still amend the code next time. So finish, unfinished, make subpaths to ignore. Oh, too much. Or add option subpaths to ignore to make the ignored paths subpaths explicit. And now this is related, I think, to this option. Still not related because it's the info plist, but this solved the problem about the pods directory, I think. So we do have issues, I think. Let's just search for pods here so we can link to that. To work with multiple strings, extract log strings, argument not ignore, explicit folders, oh yeah. This is related. Let's just say it's related to this. Related to. Cool. Committing, pushing. By the way, before I push this, let's see if the pull request that we opened already, if it passed. So we had some Swiftlet error warnings. One of them, line length 161. And that was in, okay, let's check it out. Flint. Actually, we might need to set up also pre-commit hooks so we don't have these problems anymore. So, open source to-dos. What were we doing here? Let's actually add here, set up a pre-commit hook for BartyCrouch with Swiftlet, so we can't commit them anymore. Cool. Last time on Wednesday in my stream, I wanted to do this, but I forgot. So I will do it now though. And on Wednesdays, we're actually developing this open focus timer, which you can check out if you just run exclamation mark project in the chat, which I'll be writing now. So you can check out these links. And we started on Wednesday. And I have summarized it afterwards, not during the stream, but this time I'm going to make the summary actually during the stream. So let's just summarize this session that we just had so we can reflect and we can also directly know where to continue next time. So this was a session about BartyCrouch maintenance. The progress we made is we started actually with, I think, 42 issues, closed 3 issues. We worked on 2 pull requests. We were, merged 1 pull request, prioritized and answered. I don't quite remember how many more issues, but if we just have a look at the labels and we just go for priority high, that's none, priority low, and priority medium. Why am I not finding anything here? Oh, this is too many ones. Only high. Okay. not high, only medium, and only low. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So prioritized and answered 9 more issues, open issues, and we created a new work in progress pull request, which is I think the one we merged. We can actually mention that. So we merged this one here. And the one we created, which is ongoing, is this one here. Created a new work in progress pull request. So what problems did we have? What blockers do we have? So we did have what happened at the start? Do we have any blockers? Yeah. So Swift syntax prevented BartyCrouch from running through Xcode for debugging or testing. So that was a problem. Then we couldn't reproduce the Siri intent translation situation reported by for merging a PR, and we reported that, so we need help on that. What else was a blocker or problem that we came across? We have lots of Swift issues. So Swiftland issues caused CI to fail. Consider setting up a pre-commit hook. And I just had another thing in mind. Other issue that we have. Okay, don't remember. It's fine if we don't remember the problems. They can also come later. I might add it later. So learnings, what did we learn? Or ideas that we had. We actually had the idea, and I wrote it down here, random ideas, to create a, find unused translation keys. Let's just copy that, or let's just reference this. So it's clear what ideas we had here. Our session summary. And what's the next step? The next step is to continue working on this pull request. Continue working on the work in progress pull request. And the specific things to do. Fix build errors, basically. And after that, after fixing build errors, let's make them subpoints. So fix build errors in Xcode for extracted option and new option, and add another option for info plist static string. And then we can basically merge the PR, and we have to make a release. I think make a new BartyCrouch release. I think it makes sense with these things merged and changed to make a release. The category today we worked on open source, and I think that's it. So this is a summary of what we did today, and I think that's a good place to end the stream today. So thank you for everyone who stopped by, who had a watch, and for everybody who found this interesting or might also watch this afterwards, don't forget to follow me on Twitch. And also for your information, I will be actually, because on Twitch these videos are only available for 2 weeks, I will be extracting them to YouTube. I'm currently working on the YouTube channel there too. So yeah, you can look forward to that as well. And other than that, basically follow me on Twitter as well if you want to get informed about new streams. And I thank everybody who has joined in. Feel free to share this with others if you find it interesting in any way. As I said in my first stream, I think the two main use cases here is if you're interested in iOS development yourself, you just want to learn how I work. Or another reason to watch this is if you are, for example, a student, if you're going to school or something and you're just figuring out what iOS development actually is like, and if you're interested in that, I think it makes sense to also just join in and see how it feels like to be developing an iOS application, what kind of tasks I'm doing. Today was more about open source. This is more a topic for more experienced developers, so you're not going to actually do that all the time. But this is also kind of iOS work if you want to do something in the community. But other than that, specifically my Wednesday streams where I develop on an app and we just started working on the open focus timer. You should definitely then watch these videos. And yeah, I wish you all a nice day and see you next time. Bye.